Hi there, Marshall.
Jay, how you doing?
Fine.
Is everybody healthy?
Yes. Yes.
That's the important thing. You know that.
Of course it is, and probably like you're experiencing too. My son and daughter-in-law call me almost every day, call and say, "Are y'all going out?"
I get that. I get that. In the beginning, when Bruce was going to the office, even though he was going at 6 in the morning and there was nobody there, they were hysterical. But they're New Yorkers, so then Boston, so you can.
executive committee, so whenever you're ready to begin, we can roll with it.
Oh, okay.
I don't see Wendy or James Lee on my screen.
They are there in the participant list. I don't know if you may not be able to see them on your screen.
I can't hear them either.
I haven't said anything.
Now I got you, James Lee. I still can't see you though. Are we obligated to be seen, Hannah and Mike?
Yes. And at times of voting, you must be seen and heard.
Well, is
That's
it
it.
just me or can anybody else, can everybody see Wendy and James Lee except me?
No.
I don't see James Lee.
What happens in Teams is when you begin to talk, and if your camera is on, you will show up. And because Hannah is sharing her screen right now and you're seeing the agenda, then you'll only show up in the bottom of the Teams meeting. But once the agenda comes down, all of you will show up on the main screen in little blocks like you would see.
Right. No,
on
but I can see most of you on the bottom screen. I just can't see or hear Wendy, James Lee. I heard when he talked.
Anything, Marcia.
There you go. At least I
Just
can.
telling you, if somebody speaks, you'll see them. Otherwise,
Oh, I understand that, but now I can see you for the first time.
Hey, Mark, you're up in system office, right?
No, I'm at Big Sandy. How's my audio this morning?
Good.
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 Clearly.
Well, are you all ready?
Okay. I'm just making sure. Actually, you guys are breaking up coming into here, but I just wanted you to hear me.
We can hear you.
Well, are you all ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Hannah, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
So, 10 o'clock. Ding, ding, ding. I would like to call to order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents Executive Committee meeting. The time is 10 o'clock Eastern Time, and the press was notified of the meeting on June the 3rd. The Honorable Mike Murray, KCTCS General Counsel, will serve as parliamentarian. Before we begin the meeting, Mr. Murray will be reviewing some helpful reminders for our virtual meeting. Mike, will you please proceed?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As we were discussing a moment ago, this virtual environment is a little bit different for our meeting and for our vote processing. And so just a reminder, you all know where the bathrooms and the emergency exits are, but as far as the voting procedure is concerned, we're going to be doing a roll call voice vote for every vote that we need to take in this session. So comes your turn, your name will be called, and then you'll need to say aye or yay, no or nay, so that you can be seen and heard. And as we were talking a minute ago, sometimes there's a little bit of a lag before the camera catches up to you. So you might want to say something along the lines of, this is Regent and your name, and my vote is whatever, just to give the camera a moment to catch up to you. So after your vote is done and everybody else's vote is done, I, as the parliamentarian, will tally and announce the result of the vote. And so that's my quick briefing, Madam Chair. I turn it back over to you.
Okay, are there any questions that you all have about that? Yes, no? Okay, great. So I would like to ask Hannah Rivera, Assistant Secretary of the Board, to please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Chair. Gail Henson.
Here.
Lisa Damaris.
Here.
Wendy Fletcher.
Here.
Angela Fultz.
Here.
Marcia Roth.
Here.
James Lee Stevens.
Here.
And Mark Wells.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present.
Right. There being a quorum present, committee business will begin with the approval of the minutes from the last meeting. They were distributed to all members. Are there any corrections by anybody? Yes, no? Okay, if there are no corrections, the minutes are approved as submitted. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? There being none, we will proceed with the agenda as presented. Okay, the first item that we have is an action item, and that's to adopt the meeting calendar for 2021. You can see before you the dates that are proposed. This was presented in March as an information item. Are there any questions or further discussion? Okay, I'd like to call for a motion and a second. The motion being that the Executive Committee recommend that the KCTCS Board of Regents adopt the following meeting calendar for 2021, March 18 and 19, 2021, June the 10th to 11th, 2021, September 16 and 17, 2021, and December 2nd and 3rd, 2021. I need a
Chair,
motion.
this is Regent Damaris. I'd like to motion to approve.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay, thank you, James Lee. Note that Lisa Damaris made the motion, James Lee seconded it. I'd like to call for the vote. Mr. Murray, please proceed with the roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Chair Henson,
Yes. Aye.
Vice Chair Damaris,
Aye.
Dr. Fletcher, Dr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Dr. Foltz,
Aye.
Regent Roth,
Aye.
Regent Stevens,
Aye.
Regent Wells.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimously approved.
Thank you. And at the board meeting, this will not be reported since it's part of the consent agenda. However, if a board member requests that this be removed from the consent agenda, it will be discussed as part of the committee's report. Okay, our next item is an information item. It's the policy revision for the KCTCS Board of Regents Policy 7.4, the recognition of independent organizations. I would like to call upon President Box to introduce this item.
Thank you very much. Vice President and new father, Ben Moeller, is with us this morning. He's a little bit sleepy, but he is going to present this agenda item. Ben?
Thank you, Dr. Box. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Executive. What's that?
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm not quite as coherent as normal. It's been a long night, so I appreciate your grace. Thank you, Executive Committee, for the opportunity to present this informational item. If you look at in your packet, there's a cover sheet that describes the rationale. There's also attachments A and B that show the current policy with the strikeout version as well as the recommended policy. I'll just begin by saying that this process really began when I first started my role about 16, 17 months ago. When I looked at the policy, I realized that we had some work to do. The policy, as you could probably tell, it hasn't been updated since 2005. So the world has changed a lot since then. And this policy, the changes, there's a number of things that we're trying to do with this revised policy. One is to make some technical edits. There's places where it talks about a board of directors or just a board, and talks about the Office of Development. So there's, just in terms of terminology, we had to do some updating. The other thing that was problematic was that the policy was a little too far into the administrative functions, which is kind of is not really where you want to be for governing policy. So we revised the policy and the recommendations, so you can see that the policy is really much more of a governance policy, and it then delegates authority to administrative roles to enforce the policy from an administrative perspective. So it protects the interests of KCTCS as well as the interests of the board. As you can imagine, working with 16 colleges, with 14 different independent foundations, we really took I'd say at least 12 months to work through the recommendations. So I'll really just kind of highlight. There's I think a PowerPoint presentation in here, so I can just read through real quick and let you know the rationale for why some of these changes were made in this revised policy. So the first slide, if you could advance there. Is it Hannah? Thank you. So really one of the underlying issues was we really lacked a consistent standard across the system of how we enforce this policy. So this is really seeking to ensure that standard of professionalism, ethics, confidentiality, accountability, both for the system foundation as well as the college foundation, and to really codify the requirements for these independent organizations to maintain the recognized status, as well as the benefits for them having recognized status. So if you go to the next slide. Keep going down. Keep going down. There you go. So as I said before, the policy was last reviewed and revised in 2005. So it's been 15 years since we've really looked at this. Like I said before, the goal is to update for compliance sake. We really need to update to reflect the best practices as well as current practice, and provide consistent expectations for recognition status for these recognized independent foundations, as well as a way for the Regents provide a way for the staff administratively to enforce and to ensure that the policy is put into place. And the other element that I mentioned at the top was some technical edits. So if you go to the next slide, keep going. The revised policy makes the necessary updates in terms of technical edits, best practices, current practice, and codifying. It simplifies the question of independence. There's one of the challenges of independent foundations, not just for KCTCS, but all foundations that are institutionally related, is maintaining that boundary between an independent 501c3 and the organization for which it supports. As Regents, you have a responsibility to represent both the interests of KCTCS as well as the interests of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and the average citizen of our Commonwealth. For a 501c3, they have a similar responsibility when it comes to governance. They have a responsibility to ensure the best interests of the organization for which they represent, the 501c3, but they also have a responsibility to represent the interests of donors. And so the independent nature of a foundation is to ensure that there is not undue influence of the two governing boards, that the foundation does not influence the direction or governance decisions of the Regents, and that the Regents do not affect the governance responsibility of the independent separate organization, the 501c3 foundations. So these edits take that into consideration. One of the things that was discovered as we worked through this, it did not clearly articulate a way for the system foundation as a separate entity or discrete from college foundations. It talked about supporting the colleges, supporting the system, but it did not call out the system foundation and did not make special provisions for some of the uniquenesses of a system foundation. And it also allows for, it basically delegates to administrative staff the ability to enforce the policy. I mentioned at the top that right now the policy does not reflect best practice or current practice. So right now, none of the foundations are within compliance of the current policy, but there's not an administrative apparatus by which I'm able to actually go and help those foundations become in line with the policy. So this revision accomplishes that. And I mentioned the last bullet there that we've been going through this process for about a year now, working with the colleges, their leadership, their executive directors, and their boards, and it's almost a minor miracle that although it's going to require some adjustments by those independent foundations, they're all supportive of this direction. So go to the next slide. Keep going. Next, keep going down, please. There you go. So I've mentioned a couple of times the administrative procedure. This is something that the new policy would delegate the ability for the president to set administrative policy and an administrative procedure. So I'll outline what that means is that previously we've had a set of expectations for the foundations, and they've been loose, they've been unstructured, and they've been uneven across the system. And so what this administrative procedure does is it codifies requirements for recognition. So what are the things they have to do to gain and maintain recognition? It also helps codify the benefits. So why would they want to be a recognized foundation as opposed to just, an average separate foundation that cares about the issues of a community college or their respective college? So this codifies requirements as well as the benefits. It's going to require some modest adaptations. We have some interesting practices across the system. We have one foundation that has had in their past lifetime appointments of board members, which you can imagine it could be problematic. So what this does is it creates basically a consistent framework across the system on what the expectations are, and foundations that are not aligning with that structure will have to make some modest adaptations, but they are supportive of those changes because they see the benefit of donors having a consistent experience across the system. It'll require each of these recognized foundations to complete a new memorandum of understanding. So that's basically something where we basically fresh page and start anew with all the new administrative expectations. And we'll require these independent foundations to do something that they haven't done in the past. We have a couple that do pieces of this, but it'll require them to each complete an annual conflict of interest statement for their leadership volunteers, as well as a statement of confidentiality and a statement of ethics. And will require an annual expectation of reporting to maintain the recognized status. So you'll see in your packet attachment B, that is the recommended policy that we bring to you for consideration. If it is, if the next meeting in September, if you were to pass it, we have prepared administrative policy and procedure that would actually implement many of the elements that were in the existing policy, but would actually allow us to enforce it as was originally intended. So I'll take any questions you might have.
Are there any further questions or discussion for him?
This is Regent Damaris. I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
The first one is, you mentioned that none of the groups that you've reviewed so far from an audit perspective are in compliance with the new policy. What is the expectation from you or your staff in terms of the level of effort to get everybody in compliance? Do you foresee this taking months, a year? Any ideas?
So the plan that we've discussed with each of these foundations is that they are currently working to implement these changes, and that they will be ready to have them implemented by the end of the calendar year, which would align with the completion of a new MOU. And so we would begin 2021 with, thank you. This is my sleepiness coming through. 2021, we would have all foundations in compliance with the new policy.
My second question is, I recall a couple meetings ago, KCTCS adopted a nationally recognized code of ethics in relationship to donor business, I guess I can call it, pretty much everything around donors. And so how does this policy help those foundations? Is there any, I don't see anything in the policy that requires the foundations to adopt that, but is there any opportunity to offer to them the kind of the learnings you've had from KCTCS adopting it?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things that distinguish KCTCS from the regional comprehensives as well as the state's research institutions. One is that we don't assess taxes on gifts. If you were to make a gift to any of our charitable interests, 100% of that goes to supporting the mission. So if you create a scholarship and you give $100,000, $100,000 actually would go directly to students. None of the other comprehensives or the R1s can say that. They all assess fees at some level. We use our unrestricted funds to cover that. So that's one thing that differentiates us. Another thing is that we have adopted as a staff, like you said, the comprehensive code of ethics. What this policy does is it delegates to an administrative policy an expectation that volunteers that serve as board members for these independent foundations would adhere to and sign annually a code of ethics. So it basically, the stance that KCTCS has taken from a staff perspective would transcend into the volunteer leadership of each of these foundations, and they would also adopt the same code of ethics. That's unprecedented for KCTCS as a staff. No other public or private institution in the state. We're actually the first in the nation to comprehensively adopt that as a staff. And this would be groundbreaking to have all of our foundations adopt the same level of enforcement for a professional code of ethics for volunteers as well. That says a lot, and it'll, I think, set us apart when we go and talk to donors about how their gifts are making a difference, because they have a higher level of trust, and we have also a higher level of accountability for our staff and our volunteers, and their responsibility to protect the interests of donors.
And I think that this is a really important step, Ben, that you've encouraged, when we join the foundation or the other foundations, to have that statement. That's one of the first things you have people sign on, and that is remarkable.
I think Regent Damaris had a follow-up question. She was making a motion.
Yeah, just one more question. It's not actually related specifically to this policy. It's more of a general comment. As I was reviewing KCTCS policies overall, as they're available both on our website and in the onboard, I noticed so very many of them are very old, like this one, 15 years old. So not really specific to Ben. I commend you for going in, and the first thing you did was say, whoa, let's clean this up. So I want to commend you for that. But I think as a board, separate from this activity, we need to consider looking at the age of all of our policies and sort of do a comprehensive audit on what policies need attention, because while I commend Ben as staff for doing this on his own, there's a whole lot of policies out there that we can't always rely on really good staff to bring this to our attention. So it's more of a comment, not a question, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. There are, I think, about 3 other policies as related to fundraising, philanthropy, and foundations. I decided to attack this the same way you would eat an elephant, one bite at a time. So this is the first one, and I use it as a really learning experience to understand how to work with the colleges, with these independent foundations, to bring consensus, to bring these different voices together. It's an exhausting process, but I think at the end we're going to be much stronger for it. And I think as we go through and I revise the other policies, we'll have learned a lot of lessons from that process. And I don't think it'll take nearly a year to do the other 4. We may be able to. You probably will see the other 4 come together in mass rather than piecemeal. But this was an important first step to get this one correct.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Are there
Ben.
any other questions or discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Ben, do you have any concerns about the 2 community colleges that have their own, that do not follow these guidelines? Do you have any concerns about those?
There's one. I'm guessing you're talking about Madisonville and Elizabethtown. Are those the 2 you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what we have done in this policy is, like I said, we've given the president through an administrative policy and administrative procedure an ability to articulate a better definition of a system foundation. And what we're going to be able to do in the case of Elizabethtown is that Elizabethtown is actually going to establish a foundation, but it won't be a fiscal agent foundation. It'll be within the umbrella of the system foundation. And we're using it as a pilot, so other colleges can see it in action of how we might be able to centralize administrative services, so they can focus less on running the foundation and more on actually understanding the needs of the college, understanding the interests of the community, and in trying to align the 2. So what the administrative the Regent policy, the administrative policy, and administrative procedure does is it allows for a way for Elizabethtown to have representation on the system foundation, and for us to pilot that experience. If it's not successful, what we'll have done is we will have equipped Elizabethtown with basically a functioning board that will have all responsibilities and rights that a normal governing board would have, absent the administrative or governance responsibility. And if they're not satisfied with the experience, they would be able to then separate and create an independent foundation and align it through this existing policy. So we're creating a pathway for which they can come into the ecosystem, try to pilot something innovative, showcase to the colleges if it works that they might want to experience something similar. If it doesn't work, they can go and do what the other colleges are doing. In the case of Madisonville, really this policy is a chance for them to come into this process either as independent foundation or to follow the model that Elizabethtown is exploring. So it'll be interesting to see which direction they choose. I think both have advantages, but it's an opportunity for them to move into the right direction. What this administrative policy does, or this Regent policy does, is that it sets the clear expectation that if they are not in compliance, they don't have an MOU, then there are clear and explicit ramifications of that. And so Madisonville will have to choose whether they want to be affiliated or not. If they're not, they will not be able to use the KCTCS name, the college name, or any other way associate or imply that they're related. So it really helps enforce that accountability locally, as well as with the foundation board, as well as their accountability to represent the interests of KCTCS and their independent colleges.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Are
sir.
there any other questions or comments? Well, Ben, we're glad to see that you're at the helm. You've only been here a little over a year, and it's just incredible how much you've done in that time. That's great.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate all your support.
Yeah. Okay, so at the board meeting, Regent Damaris will provide a summary of the committee's discussion. Okay, our next action item is the KCTCS President's annual performance review. And so we have a recommendation from this committee that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the 2019-20 annual evaluation of President Box. And before I turn it over to President Box to go through his evaluation, I would like to briefly summarize this item. On May 15th, Dr. Box distributed his accomplishment report for his annual performance review spanning from June 2019 to May 2020 to the Board of Regents so that we could conduct the review prior to this meeting. Also on May 15th, I distributed the evaluation instrument form to all board members and requested they complete the forms and return them to me for compilation and review with Dr. Box in accordance with KCTCS procedures for the evaluation of the president. On June the 9th, this week, I met with President Box to review the board's responses and to share with him a written report on the feedback. This report was authored by me based on the data provided, followed the format that would account for the comments and integrating many of them, providing the tabulations, both in an appendix form and in a narrative that spoke to each of the goals. My written report was provided to you for review, and it should be noted that President Box did have the opportunity to respond to the report with a written report of his own, but he did not wish to provide one. Again, this written report was authored by me as chair of the board, and it shall become the board's final evaluation of the president. If you have additional things that you would like to be reflected in the minutes as part of the review, I would ask you to make them on record after President Box makes a few comments about his evaluation. So President Box, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Henson. I appreciate that. As you see on the screen, I'll be covering the highlights of this today. Just the highlights. I will not be going over everything here. Since we are conducting this meeting virtually, I'll try to remember to tell you which page a highlight is on so that you can go to that entry if you so desire. First, though, let me tell you how grateful I am for having had the opportunity to serve as the KCTCS president for the last 5.5 years. There have certainly been some challenges for the system during these years, but probably none greater than those we have faced over the last 3 months. As I said in my opening letter in my report, I've never been prouder of the extraordinary work of all the KCTCS employees than what I have been during this pandemic. But since I'll be giving you a full report on our system-wide response to COVID-19 tomorrow, I will not cover that highlight today. As I go through my report, please feel free to stop me to ask questions. You may have found that in the Teams virtual meeting, the easiest way to interrupt me for a question is by tapping the hand icon on the Teams toolbar on your screen. If I see that come up, then I'll stop and call you. If you tap it and I don't see that hand raised, just yell at me and I'll stop and allow you to ask the questions. But again, I'm just going to hit some highlights, and so let's get started. My goal 1 for this year was prominence, increase the prominence and visibility of KCTCS within the Commonwealth and across the nation, illustrating that the system and colleges are relevant, responsive, and transformative to our stakeholders. This goal has 3 objectives. Objective 1 was my attempt to bring a focus to telling our KCTCS story better within Kentucky. After last year's Better Lives, Better Kentucky marketing campaign, I believed we needed to expand the campaign to include more success stories and testimonials. So first of all, I'd like to highlight on page 14 of my report, and if you're following on board, that's the equivalent of page 49. On page 14, you will see that for our expanded campaign, we decided to use stories from our alumni at each college and capture those stories through video testimonials and photos. These stories then were used by the colleges on their websites, in their local advocacy campaign materials, in recruitment materials, and on social media. I thought it was also important to get me out in front of our story. Thus, I participated in many activities across the state. On pages 14 and 15, for example, I'd like to draw your attention to 3 of the events where I was on television and presenting. The first was on a KET interview on September 11th, 2019, where I was interviewed on KET's station by Dennis Goodman. The topic was how individuals can acquire occupational skills for employment in the Commonwealth's high-demand workforce sector. The segment was featured in a KET Works series that focused on technical education. I thought that was a really good opportunity early in the academic year in September, before we got into the legislative session, for me to change the message about KCTCS to make sure that people understood that one primary role of KCTCS is to prepare the workforce of Kentucky. And I wanted to get that out there early because that was going to be a major part of our advocacy campaign for the General Assembly. On the next page, we're on the Kentucky Chamber's bottom line interview on January 14th, and now we were right at the beginning of the legislative session. I was interviewed by Jacqueline Pitts from the Chamber for their video e-newsletter. The topic this time was our legislative agenda and what we'd be asking for. This interview, including the video portion, was distributed by the Kentucky Chamber to the Kentucky Chamber members, as well as others who signed up for the updates. So it went out statewide and hit business and industry leaders who we really needed to be our advocates in this legislative session. And speaking of that, I also participated in an educational Facebook Live event that the Pritchard Committee provided, and that was on March 26th. And I participated alongside of others in higher education, including 3 of the university presidents. And then we discussed about how higher education was coping with the COVID-19 pandemic, as that was a huge focus, as we just 2 weeks earlier, we had moved away from face-to-face environment and gone to an online environment. And there was high interest across the state of how we were dealing with that. And it was a good opportunity for us to show the great response that our colleges did in this situation. So let me go on to Objective 2. Objective 2 was to maintain and expand national recognition. Of course, I have been honored, as you know, to participate in President Trump's American Workforce Policy Advisory Board, the AWPAB, which started its first meetings back in March of 2019. And we've continued through this past academic year with both face-to-face and then later on with virtual meetings. On page 16 or 51 in this document, you will see a summary of our AWPAB meetings. I should point out that since this document went to print, the AWPAB has finalized our major report, which summarizes our recommendations to the president on actions that the board believes the government should take to get the country back to work. A particular note in the report will be the release of a national ad campaign, which is scheduled to roll out later this month. The campaign was developed by the ad agencies that work with Apple and IBM, with input from the American Association of Community Colleges and our own Terry Giltner. And this campaign will feature a strong message directed to both the high school graduates and out-of-work adults that if you want to get ahead in life, you need to consider careers that are in the most demand and that you can receive your education in those careers at a community or technical college. What is of particular importance to us is that KCTCS will be featured on the official website of the AWPAB with a link that will carry anyone who clicks on it to our high demand technical programs, and we'll have an opportunity for people to get more information about those. I also found out last week that President Trump has decided to extend our term of service for membership in the AWPAB. He has invited us all back to the White House on June 26th to give us the feedback on our report and to adjust our charge for the next year. So I'll be boarding a plane and going to Washington, D.C. on June 26th for that meeting to meet with the president and with the other members of the AWPAB. Through my work this year on the AWPAB, I was fortunate to be invited by Apple's CEO, Tim Cook, to the Apple's California headquarters for a Community College Presidents Forum, where 8 community college leaders from across the country were introduced to Apple's new coding educational program. You can find that entry on page 17. Kentucky has been selected to be one of Apple's states to roll out the curriculum at both the high school and college level. So that was quite an experience, and I really enjoyed actually going through that coding software, and it's so easy, even I could do it. So that was quite an honor for me. I'd also like to focus on page 18 for a second and highlight some of the national recognition that KCTCS and our colleges have received this past year. So first of all, was exactly what Ben Moeller was talking about, the Code of Ethics signing. In a ceremony on September 25th, 2019, almost 40 college leaders and fundraisers from the KCTCS colleges joined the Association of Fundraising Professionals, and CEOs and their president and CEO, Mike Geiger, and we officially signed the association's Code of Ethics. This effort made KCTCS the first higher education system in the United States to have all its system leaders and top-line fundraisers agree to abide by the AFP's Code of Ethical Standards, the only enforceable code in the fundraising profession. I, along with the 16 college presidents and 19 fundraisers, participated in the ceremony that took place just a few days before the launch of the National Ethics Awareness Month in October. Also in recognition, I'd like to point out the Wallet Hub recognition that was just below that one. In fall 2019, for the second straight year, KCTCS was named one of the top 10 community college systems in the United States by Wallet Hub, coming in a number 9 position. We outranked all of the systems in our neighboring states, so we felt really good about that. And there were 19 metrics that we were measured on, including cost and financing, education outcomes, and career outcomes. Also, we had 3 of our colleges, Hopkinsville, Madisonville, 2 of our colleges, Hopkinsville and Madisonville, that were ranked in the top of colleges. And so we were really, really pleased with those individual rankings. And finally, on recognition, again, the Aspen Institute every other year recognizes the top individual community colleges in the country. And we had 3 of our colleges ranked in the top 150, and those included Big Sandy, South Central, and West Kentucky. And we just announced this week, the Aspen Institute just announced this week the top 10 finalists for the national award. And Tammy, I'm going to give you the privilege to announce that. So Tammy, you want to unmic and tell us what West Kentucky, are you on, Tammy? You may not be on. I don't believe she's on. But we were notified this week that West Kentucky has been named a top 10 finalist. What that means is that now in this next year, the Aspen Institute will send a delegation in to do on-campus and in the community interviews and evaluations. And we're hopeful that that will lead to an opportunity for them to be ranked number one. This makes the 5th year that West Kentucky has been recognized as a top 10 finish, top 10 finalist in the Aspen Awards. So we're real pleased with their continued success on this. Now I'd like to go on to Objective 3. Objective 3 was focused on our ability to meet employers' expectations. For over a decade, KCTCS has partnered with manufacturers across the state in the Kentucky Federation for Advanced Manufacturing Education Program, or Kentucky FAME. This earn and learn model allows our students to work in manufacturing facilities for 2 or 3 days a week and attend classes on campus for the other days of the week. Manufacturers, where our students have been placed for their work experience, usually end up hiring our graduates. And so it's been a very successful program. But this year in particular, I wanted to mention our move toward working with companies that wanted true apprenticeships. We were lucky, if you'll turn to page 21, I wanted to highlight that this past year we were able to add a couple of apprenticeship programs. One is that we received a $420,000 grant from the American Association of Community Colleges to participate in its expanding community college apprenticeship project. All 16 colleges will develop at least 450 new registered apprenticeships within new and existing apprenticeship programs in any field of study over a 3-year period. The grant supports a system office apprenticeship manager to coordinate the college efforts, along with marketing and support for each college development of apprenticeships. So we're very excited about that. Then at the bottom of the page, you'll see that we've also received an opportunity to allow each college to develop a coordinator at their college, and we're funding that internally with some funds. And those apprenticeship coordinators will work on, again, working with business and industry to expand new apprenticeships. And that program we will kick off this fall. So we're excited about the movement into that area. Finally, under this objective on page 22, I wanted to mention my service on the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce's Restart Kentucky Task Force. As you see in that entry, I was asked to serve on the task force, and then in mid-April, the Chamber unveiled the Restart Kentucky, a responsible plan for returning to work, which we then presented to the governor. It is to provide education, guidance, policy recommendations for restarting the Commonwealth. Also, it gives job seekers an opportunity to go to one site to see what job openings are available. You can go on the Kentucky Chamber's Restart Kentucky website to find that. In addition to me being asked to serve on the task force, the Chamber named KCTCS as the official workforce and education partner for Restart Kentucky. It is that recognition that the very valuable role that KCTCS plays in not only developing individuals through our career and technical programs to go into the workforce, but also our working with companies through our Workforce Solutions division to provide upskilling and retraining for employees. So we're very pleased to be working with the Chamber on that. Now I'd like to move on to Goal 2. Goal 2 for this year was growth, focus on enrollment growth, student persistence, and student success by affirming affordability, shortening time to degree, and scaling innovation. And this goal had 3 objectives. The first, on page 23, was affirm affordability. It was to focus our attention on educating students on the availability of financial resources and promoting our affordability and return on investment to the general public. There on page 23, I wanted to point out the great work under the leadership of Vice President Glory McCall of our Student Financial Aid Central Processing Center, and what a great job they are doing in helping students receive the necessary financial assistance they need to pay for college. You see in that entry that 12,000 loan debt letters to enrolled students, which alerted those students about their accumulation of student loan debt, reached out to them and told them, hey, we want to make you aware of this. We want to help you as best we can. There were also 26,000 estimated award notifications that went out from the centralized center, which estimate the potential financial award package and encourages prospective students and current students to commit and enroll early at KCTCS colleges for the 2021 year. And there were 18,000 official award letters which informed students who applied for financial aid about their actual award package for 2021. So this whole process is a means of contacting both prospective students and current students about what their financial aid would look like. This is very important because we know that we remain the most affordable means of attaining a post-secondary education degree, but sometimes students just don't know that. And so by us being proactive, we were able to do that. The average financial award for KCTCS students is enough to cover the full cost of tuition, fees, books, and supplies, with the average aid awarded at public four-year institutions only covering about 82% of tuition and fees. So we're much more affordable. Objective 2 on these following pages talks about the shortened time to degree. It was meant to educate students on ways they can move through the educational pipeline by taking advantage of the KCTCS Career Freeway, which provides multiple on-ramps and exit routes to a completion of a credential. There are 4 initiatives I wanted to highlight under this objective. First, on page 27, is our efforts on dual credit. I'm very pleased that dual credit has been expanded at all of our colleges. And since it is offered at a reduced tuition rate, we have seen the program grow to almost 20,000 students last year. In addition, our data is showing that our dual credit program is impacting a larger percentage of the Kentucky high school graduates, as more than 20% of those who graduate from high school have completed college courses with one of our colleges before graduation. And then, since 72% of those graduates go on to college, their head start toward a college degree through dual credit means that the students are not only shortening their time to a college credential, but also saving their parents a lot of money. Second, on page 29, you will find information about our outreach program through Blackboard to get more adults to come back to college with us. I wanted to read that effort for you, especially the second paragraph. The Blackboard Enrollment Initiative launched in the spring of 2019 and continued on through this last year. Targets KCTCS applicants who are 25 years of age or older for an outreach by an enrollment coach who provides enrollment assistance and follow-up calls until the student enrolls. Virtual Student Services, in collaboration with Blackboard, set a target applicant to enrolled student conversion rate of 45% for the fall and spring of 2020 semester. For 2019-20 academic year,
There were 34,703 applicants in that age group that were flagged for Blackboard to contact, of which they were able to contact 12,152. Of those that were contacted, 4,554 went ahead and registered, which constitutes a 37% conversion rate for the enrollment team and ultimately a 43% conversion rate for all 25-year-old and up applicants of KCTCS. So we felt like this is a great initiative. Remember that our adults in particular, our 25 and older age group, they'll apply and then they'll get very hesitant about enrolling because of their own self-doubt that they can survive and thrive in college. They failed before in many cases. So this was an important effort that we felt like would make a difference, and it's proving to work out well with us, and we're very pleased with our partnership with Blackboard in helping us through this initiative. Finally, I wanted to point out on the bottom of page 29 and the top of 30, the Veterans Accelerated Learning for licensed occupations, or the VALO program. This is a credit for prior learning program that helps transition military veterans quickly through a college education and into the workforce by determining what college credit can be awarded for the jobs that those veterans worked at while they were in the military. And that really is a great program for those veterans coming back to us. Finally, under Goal 2 is Objective 3, that's on page 31. But in particular, this is all about scaling innovation, and I want to focus on a few of our efforts through the Entrepreneurial Innovation Grant Program on pages 32, 33, and 34. I established this program, the Entrepreneurial Innovation Grant Program, 3 years ago to incentivize our colleges with developing innovative programs that could become a proof of concept of a best practice and could later be replicated across KCTCS and possibly the nation. This program was geared to attract the adults in our state to again try to better meet their needs. In the first 2 years of the program, I provided $750,000 of internal grant funding to be split among 3 colleges, with a distribution of $400,000 for the first place award, $250,000 for second, and $100,000 for third. After the college presidents gave me feedback on the program, especially the difficulty of starting up a program at only $100,000, I agreed to up the total award to a total of $900,000 for this year and split it evenly among the selected top 3 innovative programs. I won't go over the programs selected for this year that are in your book, but I did want to mention the innovative initiative that was selected in year 1, and that was Hazard Community and Technical College's Tuesday Night Live program. Yeah. This program allowed adults to come to classes 1 night a week while providing wraparound student services such as a family meal that was provided on site, additional on-site student services, and tutoring help for the adult students' children who they could bring with them to that night's activity. This family approach to education that meets the time-constrained lifestyle of an adult has been extremely popular in Hazard. Earlier this year, when I was invited to Harvard University to speak to a graduate class on community college leadership, I mentioned our Entrepreneurial Innovation Grant Program and gave examples. A few weeks later, the class professor reached out to me to ask if 2 of the graduate students could conduct research on the Hazard Tuesday Night Live program. I gave my permission, and the students conducted multiple interviews with Hazard's president, faculty, and staff to get a better understanding of the program. On pages 34 and 35, you will read a summary of that research study. What I'm very pleased about is later on, just a few weeks ago, I was invited to a virtual class meeting of the Harvard students where they presented their findings. And what was so rewarding was their analysis of the Tuesday Night Live program as being a national model for how adult program education can be done for those who are going to a community college. They are publishing their study and will be distributing it nationwide. They believe it is something that not only community colleges across Kentucky, but across our nation could replicate and have great success with. So I want to give kudos to Hazard for their great program of the Tuesday Night Live program. Now moving us on to Goal 3. Goal 3 on page 37 was sustainability, improve the fiscal health of the system and colleges through advocating for the Commonwealth to reinvest in higher education and by seeking alternative revenue sources. There were two objectives under this goal. Objective 1 was focused on our advocacy campaign for the legislative session this past year. The campaign had 4 specific asks of the General Assembly. The first was to increase the funding for the performance funding pool. Second was to increase the dual credit tuition rate. Third was to give a special multi-million-dollar allocation to expand our nursing programs at all 16 colleges. And 4 was to fund an asset preservation pool that would allow us to fund much needed renovations at our colleges. On pages 37 through 41, you will see several entries that outlined our advocacy efforts. Specifically on page 39, again, is my work on the Kentucky Chamber's Business Education Roundtable. This group has been in existence for 3 years. And through my continuous lobbying with the Roundtable did adopt a legislative agenda that strongly encouraged the General Assembly to reinvest in higher education. I personally believe that having the support of the Roundtable and the State Chamber made a huge difference in the way our advocacy efforts were received in Frankfort. The bottom line was that the draft budget that had made its way through the House and Senate did include extra funding for the performance funding pool and increased the dual credit tuition rate and additional asset preservation funds. Of course, then before the final budget made it through the conference committee, the pandemic hit. Thus, the final one-year budget reduced our funding back to the 2019-20 amount and eliminated the asset preservation funds. However, the good news is that the dual credit tuition rate was increased from 33% of our dual credit tuition rate to 40%. I would like to mention that in the report that you received, there was a typo and that it said 30% was our current tuition rate for dual credit. That was wrong. It is currently 33%, and it was increased not to 33%, but it was increased to 40%. That will result in an increase of about an additional $2.5 million in revenue for our dual credit efforts, which will be highly needed in this coming year. My final objective in this report, Objective 2, was growing alternative revenue sources. You can find a summary of those initiatives related to this objective on pages 43 through 45. One thing that I wanted to point out under this objective is the omission of any efforts with private fundraising. Vice President Ben Moeller has spent this year in developing a plan and a process to lead us to a new major gifts campaign. But the pandemic and my announced retirement has put that plan on the back burner, waiting for a new president to be hired. However, I do want to compliment Vice President Moeller, as you've heard from him today, as he has shifted the organizational culture and infrastructure of our advancement office, changing the emphasis from event and transactional fundraising to impact and relationship-based fundraising. This change has included establishing systems to implement comprehensive performance measure of our fundraising, which the new blackballed constituent relationship management software mentioned on 43 will allow us to do, and also in establishing the intentional engagement of leadership volunteers, which Ben highlighted on page 44. Nevertheless, in the absence of private gifts this year, as you can see in this section on pages 43 and 44, we did have an outstanding year with acquiring grants, which are bringing in much needed millions to help our colleges and our students. Some that were in the report included a Title III federal grant for almost $1.4 million that was awarded to one of our colleges. Federal Perkins grants, which were awarded to all of our colleges for a total of $7,551,718. And 2 Perkins grants that were awarded to the Chancellor's Office, one for $385,750 for a Perkins Leadership Grant to provide system-wide professional development for faculty, plus an additional grant of $160,000 to upgrade 3D printing equipment at 5 of our colleges. So we're very pleased to get those grants from those sources. But finally, and not in my report to you, are 3 additional grants that we have received just last week. The first is a $613,950 grant from the Ascendium Foundation for the purpose of helping our colleges develop and expand our competency-based education program within our general education courses, our career and technical education programs, and within our workforce training programs. The second grant announced last week was an award from the James Graham Brown Foundation for $183,700 to develop a statewide geographic information system, a GIS, to help our 16 colleges and the state to contextualize programmatic decision-making based on Kentucky's workforce. This project is a collaboration with the Council on Post-Secondary Education and the Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board. And finally, the third grant we received was from the Annie E. Casey Foundation for $50,000, which was awarded to our KCTCS Foundation to help extend some of the projects that we're doing across the Commonwealth and especially within our Chancellor's Office. And we're very pleased to get that $50,000 addition into that. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude my accomplishments report for you, and I'll be happy to answer any further questions for you.
Can't hear.
Chair Henson, you're muted.
Okay, I'd like to propose that we take a 5-minute break. Is that okay?
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll take a break.
Thank you.
Can we turn our audio and video off when we do this?
Yes, you may.
Yes, you may turn it off.
Thank you. I'm here.
Okay. Let's see. Wait, now Lisa and Wendy. Oh, there you go.
I'm here. This is Wendy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm back.
Great. Okay, so you've heard this report, and Jay, we're so grateful to you for all these accomplishments. I think, as you saw in the evaluation, people were just most grateful to you for your leadership during this time. As I wrote in my report, this has been like 4 years in one for the system. And you started out with the telling our story and all the legislative meetings throughout the state, and we got off to a really good start, and that was positioning us for the legislature. And what you did with your messaging and with CPE having that consistent message, the meet and greets, all was working so well. And so when we heard the budget address in January, we were confident, and then the pandemic came. So those were the first two, and then the pandemic came in March, and you were able to lead your team to pivot flawlessly. Not flawlessly, but it was just amazing how so many things were able to transition, and I referred to these in my report. And now you're part of this Rebuilding Kentucky, which I think is directly attributable to your good relationships with the legislature, the Chamber of Commerce, and your work with President Trump's committee that you're on. So, as you saw in my report, the comments that people sent in, we're so grateful and commend you for your addressing all these goals. I'm not going to read through all my report but I think that we can see that we are so impressed with the Wallet Hub and Aspen recognitions. Those were very important for the system. And we're just so impressed with West Community and Technical Colleges being listed again in the top 10. One of the recognitions that was in your report that I just would like to commend is the Internet 2 national recognition for making Wi-Fi available in the parking lots. And it made it available to the whole community served by KCTCS, not just the students and the faculty. So we know community members would come in so they could, get news. Mark, I'm sure that was important, where you were. But anyway, that was very commendable. And the way you positioned your instructional designers to help faculty with the online process. Anyway, so many other areas that we saw strides in affordability, with the success increasing the tuition for dual credits, focusing on diversity at every level. And the fact that, as you mentioned in your report, the amount of money that students are awarded by their Pell Grants and by other support pays for them to go to college. I mean, that's just a real gift. When we see students taking on debt in other places, our students shouldn't have that type of debt. And in fact, they have, I think you said in your report, an $1,800 residual that they can use, which is remarkable. You're to be commended for your work with Aaron Thompson with the consistent messaging, providing that template for reopening. What you did, you all designed with the response to COVID became the template for the universities in the state. And that speaks to your experience and your expertise there. And the developing alternative sources of funding is just certainly a culture shift that under Ben's leadership and your encouragement of that, we're getting with the software, we're getting with relationship building. We're not having a big one event. I think the last big fundraising that we had to have was with the Build Smart, when we had to raise so much money for that, and that was a significant. Now, but we're in a new phase, and I will say Ben, since you've been here, we've gone from 14% contributions by the Board of Regents to 64%. So that's much better. And participation by a board is significant in getting alternative resources. And as you mentioned, the foundation is not to supplant tuition and appropriations, but to complement the programs. Anyway, the issues that will be taken up by the search committee, by the next president, the interim, will be to continue to build on those strong relationships with the legislators in our Washington delegation, to be vigilant with regard to the financial health. And there were some very specific comments about that. Continuing to monitor the pension issue and the phase 2 compression, continue with developing alternative funding sources, and then continuing to tell our story so employers and students of all ages are aware of KCTCS, especially with our workforce training and our programs. And to continue to strengthen student services, as we've seen and some of the regents talked about from their COVID questions. We have so many issues with childcare, homelessness, and huge needs, and also different learning styles. You know, adults have different levels of distractions if they're concerned about childcare, food, housing insecurity, transportation. So through Dr. McCall's shop and some other shops, you've just created more availability, but we're going to have to monitor that as are all higher education institutions. And then I think especially as we deal with some of the situations that we have in our Commonwealth today, telling our story to underrepresented minorities and to increase access to those and involvement in those programs, and also to displaced workers. So as you see in the comments, I went through each one of the goals, and then applied the tabulation of the responses and the comments toward the end. We commend you and appreciate this amazing last year that you've been here. And this will be a hard one to top. But does anybody have any other comments or questions or commendations they would like to make? Marcia.
I did what you said, Gail. It's remarkable to read the accomplishments of Dr. Box, and it makes me very proud to know that I'm affiliated with an organization that has the right mission always in view, and just the fact that everybody's been working so hard, especially during this horrific time that nobody anticipated, to continue making sure that we provide service and education for our students. And so kudos, Dr. Box, and kudos to the staff. And I'd also like, Gail, to tell you that you really did a yeoman's job with your report that synthesizes all the things that Dr. Box has accomplished and all the comments that the board members made. As someone who did it for 4 years, I didn't begin to do it as well as you did. And so I really appreciate what you've done. And I know how many hours and nights it must have taken to be able to do that. And it put things in perspective for me reading it. And I would just want to thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, so I'd like to call for a motion and a second that the Executive Committee recommend that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the 2019-2020 annual evaluation of Dr. Box.
Marcia Roth, move.
Chair Henson, I apologize. I put my little hand up, but I don't know if anybody was seeing it.
Okay.
Can you wait till after the motion, Lisa, or?
It's real quick. Just
Okay.
I just want to echo, Marcia, your comment about the comprehensiveness and excellence of Gail's report. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. So, thanks, Lisa. So Marcia moved. Do we need a second? Second?
I'll second.
Okay,
Angela.
thank you, Angela. Second the motion, so I'd like to call for the vote. Mr. Murray, would you please proceed with the roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Jim Henson,
Yes.
Keith Maris,
Yes.
Regent Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Holt,
Yes.
Regent Roth,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Wells.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion carries.
Thank you. I would like to say that it was written over 4 nights with helicopters flying overhead and people, demonstrators out in the street honking their horns. So if there's a level of distraction, it's only because I live near the mayor's house and it was crazy. But anyway, thank you. At the board meeting, Regent Damaris will provide a summary of the action, the agenda item. And I guess that concludes our meeting. So the next meeting, the KCTCS Board of Regents Executive Committee, will be September 17th, 2020 at the system office. I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion.
All right, James Lee, second? Second?
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Lisa and Angela seconded it. I'd like to call for the vote. Mr. Murray, please proceed with the roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Yes.
Fletcher,
Yes. Yes.
Regent Roth.
Yes.
And Stevens,
Yep.
Regent Wells.
Yes.
Okay.
It's unanimous. The motion carries.
Okay, we are adjourned until the academic affairs meeting. We'll take a lunch break and come back. Any directions, Hannah or Michael? No?
No, just enjoy lunch and we'll see everyone back at 12:30.
Okay.
Well, I have a question. I've been looking for my lunch and I haven't seen it.
Look on your front porch.
Where's the chicken salad?
Dr. Fox, if I go to McDonald's, will you pay for my meal?
Take that up with Wendell.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do we hang up? That's.
Yes, you may hang up.
Yeah, you can hang up.
It's like, Paul, I hope you've been good, but here's.
get started.
Okay, I would like to call to order the Kentucky Community and College System Regents Academic and Curriculum. The time is 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central. The press was notified of the meeting June the 3rd. The Honorable Mike Murray, KCTCS General Counsel with the Parliamentarian. Before we begin, Mr. Murray, you'll review the process that we go through on visual.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, we are in a virtual environment, so that presents some different challenges to what we would normally have if we were meeting face to face. So the voting today will be a roll call vote. I'll call your name, and when I do so, you'll need to verbally say yay or nay or yes or no, so that you can be seen and heard when making your vote. And I will just add that sometimes there's a little bit of lag for the computer to catch up with you when you make yourself known. So you might want to consider saying, this is Regent and your name, and my vote is, etc. And then we can kind of be sure that the camera will catch you and verbally. Also, I should mention that although we do have this raise hand feature on Teams, that's not a sufficient way for us to conduct a vote. So we won't be using that for the vote, but you can use the raise hand feature in order to make sure that the chair sees that you have a comment that you would like to make, and I will be assisting in helping with that process. Mr. Chair, that concludes my remarks at this time. I turn back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I'd like to have Amy Jennings to please call the roll.
James Lee Stevens.
Here.
Marsha Rolfe.
Here.
Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Here.
Chris Girdler. He was unable to join us. Jonathan McDermott.
Here.
Rhonda Rose.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. There being a quorum present, the committee business will begin with approval of the minutes of the last meeting. You have been given a distribution of those minutes. Are there any corrections? Hearing none is that no corrections, the minutes stand as approved. Are there any additions or changes in the agenda as presented today? Hearing none, the agenda is approved. The first will review the order of the agenda, and the first one up, the KCTCS Board of Regents ratifies proposal of new credit certification programs listed in the agenda. Dr. Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Each time that the board comes together, they review the credentials that have been approved by Dr. Box in the interim between board meetings. You'll note today on page 13 that we have 35 new certificates, all of them part of currently existing programs. Some of those certificates or programs listed are a result of what we call rolling over an existing curriculum to a new curriculum with multiple exit points. All certificate programs included on the list are applicable toward at least one degree program, and additional resources are not required for their implementation. They meet all of the KCTCS program approval policies and procedures and all applicable Council on Post-Secondary Education policies and procedures. Chair Stevens, we recommend that these certificates be approved by the board.
Hearing that, do I hear a motion to approve these in a second?
So
Regent McDermott. Oh, I'll second.
Sorry.
All right, have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Murray, we call the roll, please.
Sorry, I was having trouble getting unmuted there. Thank you, Chair. Regent Stevens?
Yes.
Regent Roth,
Yes.
Regent Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler is not present. Regent McDermott,
Yes.
Regent Rose,
Yes.
Regent Henson. Okay. The motion carries.
Thank you. The next is the recommendation, the Board of Regents, the Kentucky Colleges, KCTCS college candidates for degrees and diplomas. The KC candidate of credentials from January the 10th to April the 10th, 2020. Be awarded in the candidates among certification and requirements have been satisfactorily met. Dr. McCall.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. It's my pleasure to present this item. The list for January 10th through April 10th, 2020 shows 18,058 credential requests, 11,734 of which were unduplicated. In the area of certificates, there were 11,948, of which 5,800 were unduplicated. In the area of diplomas, 961, of which 810 were unduplicated. And in the area of associate in arts, 1,527, of which 1,526 were unduplicated. In the area of associate in science, 1,207, of which 1,207 were unduplicated. The area of associate in applied science, 2,397, of which 2,374 were unduplicated. There were 18 associate in fine arts, and specifically at Bluegrass Community and Technical College, they were in the area, 3 were in the area of theater, 2 in digital cinematic arts, 8 in filmmaking and cinematic art. And then at Owensboro Community and Technical College, 3 were in theater, 1 in visual art, and finally 1 in visual arts at West Kentucky Community and Technical College. Thank you, Chair Stevens.
I'd like to call for a motion and a second upon the recommendation of Dr. McCall.
McDermott, so moved.
Fletcher, second.
All right, I have been Moses second that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend the KCTCS Board of Regents that the awarding of college credentials, degrees, and diplomas from a period of January 10th through April the 10th, 2020 for the certification, degrees, diplomas, and certifications added to the candidates upon completion of the requirements that are satisfactorily met. And that is the motion. Do I hear have a second? Is there any other questions? We're ready to vote. Mr. Murray.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Stevens?
Yes.
Regent Roth?
Yes.
Regent Fletcher?
Yes.
Regent Girdler? Not present. Regent McDermott?
Yes.
Regent Rose?
Yes.
Regent Henson? It's officio. Mr. Chair, the motion carries.
Thank you. The next recommendation, the KCT Board of Regents award the certification of the following computer technology, CIP Fundamental Security plus Prep, A plus Prep and Computer Technology basic to Mr. Jonathan McDermott, South Central Kentucky Community and Technical College, and presented to the supplement booklet. KCTCS candidates for credentials. Upon the credentials to be awarded, Mr. McDermott will receive credentials respective requirements that have been satisfied to complete. Mr. McDermott also completed the requirement for an associate applied science degree during the 2020 summer term. I'd like to call on Dr. McCall.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Board practice has been to honor student regents who request a credential during their term on the board. Regent McDermott has requested the following credential awards: certificates in computer technician, CIT fundamental, security plus prep, A+ prep, and computer technology basic, to be awarded spring 2020. Regent McDermott will also be completing the requirements for an associate in applied science during the 2020 summer term. Chair Stevens.
I call for the motion and a second, and the motion being that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend the KCTC Board of Regents approve the awarding of the following certifications in computer technology, CIT fundamentals, security plus prep A plus, and computer technology basic to Mr. Jonathan McDermott. Congratulations, Jonathan.
Chair Stevens, Jonathan has his hand up. He'd like to speak.
All right. Yes, sir.
Chair Stevens, thank you so much, and thank you all for your congratulations. Point of clarification, due to a professor's retirement, the course required over the summer 2020 term was not available. However, I am taking that class next semester while also being dual enrolled in a bachelor's program at Western Kentucky University. So I will still be graduating from KCTCS with all of the credentials. It's just going to be pushed back by a single semester.
I knew you could do it, son. I knew you could do it. Is so, Dr. McCall. What do we need to do about that last thing about the completing the applied science in 2020 summer term?
I will work with Amy to make that correction so that at the board meeting tomorrow, it will read according to Jonathan's correction.
All right. I didn't hear a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second. Any other discussion? Mr. Murray, we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Stevens?
Aye.
Chair Roth?
Aye.
Chair Roth, sorry.
Yeah, well, the old Chair Roth.
Old Chair Roth. You're not dead. Regent Fletcher?
Aye.
Regent Bergman? Regent McDermott?
I would love to have a certificate, so yes, please.
Okay. Regent Rose?
Aye.
Regent Henson is ex officio. The motion carries.
Thank you. Congratulations, Jonathan. I know you'll do well. The next item is the new proposal programs. They from Elizabethtown Applied Science, from Elizabethtown Community College. Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. It's always a pleasure when a college brings forward a new program of study to meet regional and state need. Today we have with us College President Dr. Justin Pate, Chief Academic Officer Darren Powell, and Institutional Effectiveness and Research Director Sarah Edwards. And they're bringing forward a program in medical laboratory technology, and I invite Dr. Pate to present the program.
Thank you, Chancellor Williams. Chair Stevens and other board members, appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. As Dr. Williams said, this is one of the more exciting things that we do. This allows us to expand our scope, reach, and impact, and also allows us to serve student needs better than we could without this process. So appreciate this. Just for some context, we are still examining very carefully our programs. We had gone through about a 9-year stretch without adding or deleting programs. So we've had a good opportunity in the last few years to take a look at what we've had in our course book to offer to our region. In things like in the industrial sector, we found that there wasn't a lot of new programs needed. We just needed to expand capacity for things like industrial maintenance, industrial electricity. In the IT sector, we have looked at some non-credit type of programs to serve coding needs and so forth. But in healthcare, the one that kept coming up was medical lab tech. And there are just so many hospitals within our service region, and just on the outskirts of our service region is Louisville and Lexington, and those markets desperately need training. And the training that exists in the Louisville market in particular is just not at the capacity to meet the job demand. So within a 45-minute drive of the Elizabethtown campus, there was 183 job openings available in this lab tech environment. So there was a job demand to drive this. The hospitals were all, and the other clinical environments were all very supportive of this. Basically, this is a program that allows that lab work to take place by providing the technicians that actually run that equipment, perform the tests, and then send the results back to where they need to go, whether it be a hospital or other clinical site. And the capacity is just expected to grow. In fact, we have recently had our local hospital acquired by Baptist Health, and there, is certainly the potential for a vast growth in the lab tech environment because of that. And we did not want to be in a position to where our college would just start down this pathway once the need grew locally. We wanted to make sure that we were in a position to respond quickly to growth. So we decided to go ahead and pursue this degree. Current job demand warrants it. Future job demand certainly looks like it will warrant it. We've got the budgetary capacity to sustain the program. We have several grants that we're pursuing to help get it off the ground. And we have the Perkins grant that will help us maintain relevant equipment throughout the life of the program. So we feel really good about the program, about its place at Elizabethtown Community and Technical College. And, aside from that brief overview, you all have seen the packet, you've seen the materials. So at this time, I'll entertain any questions you may have, board members.
I just think your timing is superb, actually. I can't imagine that this isn't going to be tremendously in need in the next couple of years at the very least.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, given what we're going through,
right.
I tried to stay with what we had in our packet as far as the data to support the need, but we know the reality of today.
Read the newspaper.
Drain. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Are there any further questions for Dr. Pate or his staff?
Dr. Pate, you want to introduce the other staff members that are there, are supposed to be there with you?
Absolutely. And these are the people that do the work so that I can come on in front of this camera and do the talking. So I'm very glad, Chair Stevens, to have that opportunity. Mr. Darren Powell, our Chief Academic Officer, has the ultimate authority over the academic curriculum, or leading the faculty who have the authority over the curriculum within the college, is with us. And Ms. Sarah Edwards with Institutional Research and Effectiveness is with us. And she has just stepped into this role and done a masterful job of data collection, support for programs, knowing the ins and outs of the curriculum. So those are the true superstars.
Do they have anything they want to say?
Mr. Chair, this is Darren Powell. I just want to congratulate the board for the opportunity to bring these new programs and the support the board brings. Elizabethtown is always excited to add new things and better our community. That's our goal. So thank you for your support.
This is Edwards. I would like to echo what they are saying and also thank Dr. Pate for his kind words. I've really tried to bring all the research I can to the college in order to help get these programs off the ground. This is one, especially today, that I think our college really needs.
I will add, talk about Sarah. Sarah did some survey research and such within our current students and some potential students. And, even that seems like a simple little thing, but there was a whole lot of work that went into the survey development, administration, and calculation of results. And, all that work winds up being 2 little lines in this 30-page proposal. So, the work that goes on behind the scenes to get these things prepped is immense and should be commended. So, Chair Stevens, I really appreciate the opportunity to acknowledge these two.
Thank you, Dr. Pate. Anybody else have any questions for Dr. Pate or his staff?
Chair Stevens, this is Chris Williams. Just want to say that given the documented need in the community, the strong partnerships, and the transfer pathways that the board members may have noted at the end of their proposal from ECTC, I want to thank Dr. Pate and his staff for bringing this forward and recommend it for approval.
Thank you. I'd like to have a motion and a second to approve this program.
McDermott, so moved.
Fletcher, second.
With that is that the Academic Affairs Committee recommend that the Board of Regents approve Associate of Applied Science and Medical Lab Technology for Elizabethtown Community College to be implemented in the spring of 2021. Are there any questions or further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Stevens?
Aye.
Regent Roth?
Aye.
Regent Fletcher?
Aye.
Regent Girdler? Regent McDermott?
Aye.
Regent Rose?
Aye.
Regent Henson is ex officio. Chair, the motion carries.
And all of these recommendations will be reported to committee actions to the full board. The next one is a recommendation from the Board of Regents, Associate Applied to Science and Fermentation Science from Madison Community College, and implement of 2020. And Dr. Williams, I'm looking forward to this presentation from Dr. Kelly.
I know you are, Chair Stevens. We're excited to, one, I want to congratulate ECTC. Thank you for supporting their program. But second, I'd like to say that this is where it really gets exciting for the colleges and the Chancellor's Office when a brand new program to our program inventory is brought forward before the board. And so today, we are bringing forward from Madisonville Community College the AAS in Fermentation Science, and Chair Stevens, being from the area, is especially interested in Madisonville's moving this forward. We have with us today President and CEO Dr. Cindy Kelly, Provost Dr. Scott Cook, the Division Chair for Applied Technology, Mr. Matt Luckett, and the Program Coordinator for the Advanced Integrated Technology and Fermentation Science Department, who has a really big business card, Mike Deal. And so, Dr. Kelly, I'll turn it over to you, please.
Well, thank you, and good morning, everybody. Yes, we are still in morning mode here in West Kentucky. I hope all of you are well. I've been here for 4 years, had only brought one program to the board, brought my second one to the board on March the 12th. And guess what happened on March 13th? The pandemic hit us. So I hope all of you are well. I hope we are now meeting today on the tail end of this pandemic. At least that's my greatest hope. I am here with a group of folks from the college who are the experts and did all this work. And as Dr. Pate mentioned, I sit in front of you and speak of all of their work. This is a different and a new program. The craft brewing and microbrewery industry is growing at a rapid pace in Kentucky, with approximately 64 breweries currently in operation throughout the Commonwealth. Kentucky's craft beer industry has an annual impact of $657 million on the state's economy at this time. The industry ships to 42 other states and exports to 25 countries. Of the 64 breweries that are now in operation, 31 have already needed to expand, and 25 are in various stages of expansion. These expansions have added another approximately $28 million of impact to our state. There are 6 additional breweries that were opened in 2019, and there are 8 in line right now to seek a license to produce. And with all of that said, this industry in this state and in Western Kentucky is still in its infancy. So MCC is here today with a proposal to offer an associate degree in applied science in fermentation science. The degree will have 4 embedded certificates, one being brewer assistant, the second being cellaring technician, the third being a brewhouse operator, and a packaging technician. This is the first degree of this type in the KCTCS system. And because it is an online program, it will be able to be accessed by interested students from our region and across and beyond our region. The program is being developed for adult learners and will offer accessibility for all of those who enroll. It will be offered as an online program utilizing the Blackboard Learning Management Program, as well as our college's YouTube channel and podcast from those already working in the industry. The expansion and enhancement of the use of our online venues is exciting for our college, and we're anxious to get there. This innovative program targets adult learners, and it brings a marriage of studies in entrepreneurship, natural sciences such as chemistry and biology, and manufacturing and industrial technologies like process control, automation, and also electrical technology. And then there's some culinary arts thrown in there as well. So it's very much interdisciplinary. The program also embraces the apprenticeship model. Students can take these classes as part of our AIT program and still earn the fermentation certificate while completing that degree. So because of its interdisciplinary nature, graduates of the program will be marketable beyond the brewing industry. Graduates will also have skills to work in industrial maintenance, manufacturing settings, and also as entrepreneurial business people. So we developed this program in collaboration with brewers in Western Kentucky. The local economic development corporation has also supported this, and they've even offered space in their new makerspace that's being developed here in our region. The startup of the fermentation science program will not be of great expense to the college. We can carry that cost. An existing faculty member will have 20% of his time designated to the program, and 1 adjunct will be hired once the program begins. There's an existing fund at the MCC Advancement Office that we can use to offset cost of setting up the lab for beginning the program. Space is currently available in our Badgett Technology Center for our lab as well. Our goal is to have 8 students enter the program during the first year, and within 4 years, we want to see a minimum of 20 students. The Kentucky Guild of Brewers has stated that there's been a 600% growth in the market in Kentucky in the past 5 years. So what they want to do now is target the skills development and improve education for those in the industry. And MCC hopes to be the college that can assist them with that. The fermentation science program offers the characteristics being sought after in Kentucky today. It offers short-term stackable certificates, a quick entree into workforce, accessibility for working adults, and it also builds on entrepreneurship and small business. It also produces graduates with a wide range of skills that can be used in a number of industries. So we are excited to see what the future of such a unique program can be, and we are seeking your support to bring it online and see where we can go with it. And if you have any questions, hopefully we can respond to those for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Do you all have any questions for Dr. Kelly or her team?
I have a comment rather than a question. I'd just like to say that, Dr. Kelly, I'm really excited to see anything that you bring to this committee, because your last presentation was very exciting, and likewise this one is too, and I'm very excited to see the direction that Madisonville is taking to kind of rebuild and redirect its economy. I'm also extremely excited to hear how integrated the online resources are for this program, and I think that's an exciting way to start taking our education. And I'm really happy to see that you're kind of pushing that forward. So thank you so much for bringing this to us.
Well, thank you. And we are excited about, you hear of online education, and you think about, okay, almost a static platform. We are building the podcasting into this. We are building a YouTube channel around it. We do think it's going to force us and give us the opportunity to take online education to a different level.
Dr. Kelly, Chair Stevens was kind to invite your introduction of your team to ECTC. Would you like to do the same?
I certainly would. We have with us our provost, Dr. Scott Cook, who has been here for 2.5 years now and has just been wonderful with helping us look at the productivity of our programs and also being visionary on what we can do next to grow our college. Mr. Matt Luckett, who is chair of our Applied Technology Department, who has just been very open-minded and willing to do what we need to do to grow that area. And Mr. Mike Deal, who is the coordinator of our Advanced Integrated Technology program. And also, hopefully, after today, he'll be the coordinator of the Fermentation Science program. They have done wonderful work. This is not something that's come on quickly. They've been doing research for this for about a year and put a lot of thought into it. And they've done great work.
Thank you. Do any of you all want to make a comment? Dr. Cook?
Dr. Williams, I would just like to say a thank you to you specifically and Mike Murray for your help and support. And I would like to thank the board for your willingness to entertain ways that we are approaching innovation and creativity in academics. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Mike Deal, the program coordinator for AIT, and I just want to thank you for your time and also to tell you it's an honor to be with you today, and also your forward vision in some of these programs that are being brought to you today. So again, just a thank you from me.
And it sounds like that Mike has the angels doing chimes behind him there, so maybe that says something.
Are there any further questions from the Board of Regents? Well, hearing none, I want to really commend Madisonville on particularly the entrepreneurial nature of this degree. I think in the time post-COVID, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for people to be entrepreneurial, open their own businesses, and also to prepare themselves for a wide variety of career fields. And this degree does all those things. So with that statement, Chair Stevens, I recommend approval of this new program.
Do I hear a motion in a second?
McDermott, so moved.
Rose, second.
Hearing that the Academic and Affairs Committee recommend that the Board of Regents approve Associate Applied Science and Fermentation Science for Madisonville Community College, MCC, to begin in the fall of 2020. Any other questions or discussions before we take the vote? I just say, Dr. Kelly, you have my phone number, so if you have to take samples, call me and let me know, okay?
I'll be sure to do that, Chair Stevens.
Thank you. Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Stevens?
Aye.
Regent Roth?
You're muted.
Regent Roth, you need to unmute, please.
Can I hear you?
I think you muted me. I did not do that. Aye.
Regent Fletcher?
Aye.
Regent Fletcher, we could not see you. Is your camera active?
It is.
And I see her.
You see her?
Yep.
I don't either.
I do not see her.
Hello.
There she comes.
There she is.
Okay, Regent Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Girdler, not present. Regent McDermott,
Aye.
Regent Rose,
Aye.
Regent Henson is ex officio. Mr. Chair, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And that'll be reported to the full board meeting. Next was a recommendation that the Board of Regents approve an exception request for a total credit from 68 to 72 hours associate applied degree in dental hygienist with Bluegrass Community Technical School. Dr. Williams.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this option here. This is a request for exception to the total program credit hour limit. Normally, our programs are peaked at around 60 credit hours, but sometimes, particularly in our allied health programs, there's a requirement to go past that because of the coursework that is required by the accrediting agency. For example, in our nursing program, the program may go as high as 72 credit hours. So today, Bluegrass Community and Technical College is bringing forward a request for one of its programs. Representing BCTC today are Dr. Kofi Akapo, College President and CEO, Greg Feeney, Provost, Tammy Lyles as Academic Dean, and Mary Jones as Associate Professor and Program Coordinator of Dental Hygiene. Dr. Akapo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Thank you, Chair Stephen, and thank you, Regent. Like Dr. Williams said, I'm here with my best provost, Dr. Feeney, the Academic Dean, Professor Lyle, and then Professor Jones, who is the program coordinator. I will approach mine differently. Instead of me trying to toot their horn, I will let Professor Jones, who is the expert in the of the program, to give us the overview.
Thank you. My name is Mary Jones, and I'm a professor in the dental hygiene program. And this is coming to you all today in a response for digital literacy. Historically, we have listed this course as 0 to 3 credit hours, simply because there's the option for students to do the test out. They can take the exam and get credit for the course. And historically, because our program is selective admission, most of our students have already been enrolled in their college and have Associate of Science or Arts as their declared major. They've been working on their prerequisite courses, and most of them have at least a minimum of 18 hours or more by the time they're selected into dental hygiene. So historically, digital literacy has not been a problem, and we've never really listed it as a separate mandatory 3 credit hours. However, in the new period of program applicability, it has been mentioned that we need to ask for the exception just in case someone gets to our program and has not had this course, and so that way it would be covered by financial aid. And we have had to adjust our credit hours through the years, mainly because we did an accreditation site visit in 2017, and their recommendation was that we needed to, one of our courses was local anesthesia and nitrous oxide. And we had that listed as an elective. It was a 2-hour course, and our accrediting body suggested that, or they said that we need to have that as a that required course. And so that brought us up to the absolute maximum credit hours. So this digital literacy will take us over the 68. So that's the historical background for where we are.
So thank you very much. I just want to perhaps clarify slightly for the Board of Regents that recently in the last year or two, we've been talking about program applicability. This is where, in concert with the way that we disperse federal financial aid, we have to guarantee that that aid is being dispersed for courses that are in the program of study. In other words, somebody in the dental hygiene program could not be also taking a welding course. Federal financial aid would not pay for that welding course. So because the students now have a digital literacy requirement, it has to be listed as part of the program hours. Some students may have completed it before they're accepted into the program, but for those that are not, this provides a way to cover that with financial aid. Dr. Capo or Dr. Feeney, anyone else from Bluegrass have something you wanted to say on this exception request?
Before Dr. Feeney speaks, I would just say this is just a revision, and it's not new. It's just to make sure we meet the need of our students. Dr. Feeney?
I think Mary addressed it well. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
Do the board members have any questions for our BCTC representatives? Well, then, thank you. I appreciate very much the presentation. And Chair Stevens, with that, I would like to request and recommend to the board that you approve this change for the program requirements for the dental assisting program at BCTC.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Dental hygiene program at BCTC.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. I have a motion and a second on that.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, the motion is that the Academic Affairs Committee recommends that the Board of Regents approve the exception roll for total credits of 68,272 credit hours for Associate Applied Science and Dental Hygiene for Bluegrass Community and Technical College to be implemented in the fall of 2020. Any other discussion on that motion? Hearing none, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Stevens?
Aye.
Regent Roth?
Aye.
Regent Fletcher?
Aye.
Regent Girdler? Not present. Regent McDermott?
Aye.
Regent Rose?
Aye.
Regent Henson is ex officio. Mr. Chair, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Murray.
you very much.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. And that'll be reported to the full board meeting tomorrow. Now we're for student services. Dr. McCall.
Again, good afternoon, Chair Stevens and the Academic Affairs Committee. It is always a delight and privilege to give a report on the work of student services system-wide. So with that, I will ask, I think Hannah to bring up the PowerPoint.
No.
Thank you. So we can go to the next slide. These are the topics in no particular order that I will provide you with an update on. The report reflects the time frame of January through May, June with COVID-19 in the midst of it. Next slide. So we'll start with financial aid. The Centralized Processing Center, which we fondly call CPC, continues to provide support to the 16 community and technical colleges. The key functions of the Centralized Processing Center includes verification, processing, and training, return to Title IV processing, loan debt information, and a wide range of student communications. Next slide. The CPC developed and implemented a communication plan to continue to disseminate real-time information about financial aid among all of our students. The center has issued more than 12,000 loan debt letters to enroll students. These particular letters alert students about the accumulation of student loan debt. They've also issued more than 26,000 estimated award notifications, which estimates the potential financial aid award package and encourages our prospective as well as our current students to commit and enroll early at a KCTCS college for the fall. And then finally, we have issued over 18,000 official award letters, which inform students who applied for financial aid about their actual award package for 2020-21. Next slide, please. This particular slide, we're going to talk a little bit about our virtual student services. Virtual student services moved quickly to support KCTCS staff, faculty, and students during the coronavirus outbreak. This enabled college staff members to request and quickly receive support during the rapidly changing environments. College staff identified the use of both Radius, Starfish software platforms as tools that they could use to engage applicants and current students virtually to leverage and support their enrollment. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with those two platforms, Radius in particular is a software system that enables our users to streamline the admissions process from beginning to end. It allows them to target marketing campaigns and to retract the end results through multiple ways of communicating with our prospective and applicants via email, text messaging, chats, etc. It allows us to track students from the admissions process all the way through graduation. So when we talk about Starfish, Starfish is a platform that helps our institutions deliver personalized support for students and help assess the services and interventions that will keep them on track. So we think of it as a system that will allow faculty and staff to send messages of early alert or kudos or referrals to let students know that we are concerned about them and encouraging them to complete their coursework. With our Learn on Demand academic advisors, they also have been communicating with our students who are enrolled in Learn on Demand courses. They provide check-in emails to those students, encouraging them, asking questions about their concerns with food or housing insecurities, as well as providing them with information about available resources that still remains on our college campuses and in the communities in which they live. The next slide, if you will. Signavine talks about Signavine. Signavine is a two-way text messaging platform or system that we have engaged. KCTCS has implemented this two-way text messaging system to engage and support students toward behaviors that promote success. Now, this software platform focuses in the areas of student financial aid, advising, and admissions. There are several significant accomplishments with this implementation that includes the Signavine company, along with staff from the system office. They visited all 16 colleges to launch the planning and initial training for text messaging. The colleges have submitted required documentations to Signavine to support the launch. And each of our colleges have developed and submitted a comprehensive communication plan that integrates multiple communication modalities. These particular plans each college has created will help them align their messaging to students to avoid oversaturating students with text messaging messages. Now, we have also deployed a phased-in launch timeline to ensure that we provide high levels of college adoption. As we are very concerned about the critical enrollments for the fall, this past May, all of KCTCS colleges have begun welcoming in the enrolled student body to the financial aid platform. This allows our colleges to help accelerate student completion of the financial aid process. Starting this month, all of our colleges will be requested or strongly encouraged to begin utilizing the advising area of the platform. This access will allow the colleges to coach and remind students about the upcoming appointments with their advisors. And then finally, at the end of June or early July, the admissions area of the platform will be launched. Again, this will allow the colleges to remind students to complete the admission steps, which includes orientation, testing, and placement assessments. Next slide, please. The Blackboard Call Center. The call center has supported over 58,000 calls, 11,000 emails, 8,000 chat sessions, and over 6,000 self-help cases. Some of the top requests revolve around financial aid and admissions, as one would probably imagine. In the area of financial aid, those requests centered around satisfactory academic process, financial aid checklist items, grants, scholarships, and loans. And in the area of admissions, the main focus of incoming requests centered around incoming transcripts. Of all of the requests received from the Blackboard Student Services Call Center, 90% were resolved by the call center, with only 10% being escalated to college staff for additional support. We at the System Office continue to collaborate regularly with Blackboard to identify any areas of concern during this disruptive time period. Next slide, please. So as we're looking ahead to fall 2020 enrollment and beyond, in late March of this year, Dr. Box named a special ad hoc team to study and develop recommendations to guide the college's efforts in building enrollments for fall 2020 and beyond. This 18-member team was comprised of college and system office personnel representing the areas of academic and student affairs, business affairs officers, as well as marketing and communications staff. Additionally, the team was charged to analyze industries and/or industry sectors that are most likely impacted by the decline in the economy to help identify new workforce training programs. Next slide, please. So the results of the work of the ad hoc committee was the production of the KCTCS playbook. That is the title and picture of what the ad hoc team produced. The KCTCS playbook includes research data, planning scenarios, system thinking questions, and a planning template to assist colleges in creating short and long-term strategic goals, as well as tactics to increase student enrollment. I'm very pleased to say this was presented at the last PLT meeting, which was held in May of this year, and our college presidents are using the playbook as we speak as a part of their planning efforts and annual evaluation with Dr. Box. Now, I mentioned earlier that part of the plan that was assigned to the team was to do research to identify what were the areas in which industries and the industry sectors are being impacted by. I want to share just a few of those with you as far as in the state of Kentucky, as well as nationwide. The hospitality management area, service delivery industry, healthcare, manufacturing, retail, the travel and tourism industries are all being impacted, to name a few that we've discerned, and maybe looking at developing additional work training programs around. So moving on then to the next slide, I'd like to talk a little bit about the reverse transfer pilot that we have undergone just recently. As we are concerned about helping students achieve their degrees and certificates, KCTCS signed a memorandum of agreement, an MOU, with the University of Kentucky at the system level for the purpose of awarding Associate in Arts and Associate in Science degrees to students who transferred to the University of Kentucky from a KCTCS college before earning a KCTCS degree. We have worked in partnership with the National Student Clearinghouse. Both the University of Kentucky and KCTCS have worked together to implement reverse transfer. In the spring of this year, of the 169 potentially eligible students that we received in a file through the National Student Clearinghouse, 65 associate degrees were awarded through the reverse transfer process. Bluegrass Community and Technical College awarded 63 of those degrees, while Owensboro Community and Technical College awarded 2 degrees. Now, just recently, within the last week or so, we have received a new file that contains about 315 students who may qualify for a degree through the reverse transfer program. Of those 315 students, the majority of them, overwhelmingly, who may qualify still comes from the Bluegrass Community and Technical College, about 173 of the 314. The challenge with reverse transfer, it's a very manual, heavy, burdensome manual process. That's why it's taking a period of time to review each student's transfer manually and determine if they are eligible to receive or meet the requirements to receive a degree from KCTCS. So you'll hear more about our moving forward with the reverse transfer pilot in the upcoming weeks and months ahead. The next slide, if you will. The topic is diversity. As all of us are aware, according to the Kentucky Revised Statute 164.020, all of our colleges and universities must meet their equal opportunity goals. This particular regulation also grants CPE the authority to postpone any college eligibility to offer new degree programs for institutions that fail to meet their equal opportunity goals. In addition, failure to meet diversity targets for underrepresented minority student retention and graduation rates will negatively impact college performance funding. Next slide, please. So this particular slide will give us an update on where we are currently. The 2018-2019 Diversity Assessment Update. This is our second year in providing assessment reports to CPE in the same areas of opportunity, success, and impact. So when we talk about opportunity, the focus is on recruitment and enrollment of a diverse student body. When we talk about student success, is the progression of student success, maintaining a diverse student body, retention and graduation is the key. And then with impact, the focus is on campus climate, inclusiveness, and cultural competency. What is most important to remember when we talk about the diversity policy and institutional plans to increase success for all students is it's particularly those from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. The idea is to include and develop strategies that will close the achievement gaps. What I'd like to report out at this time is that as of April 29th, or on April 29th, 14 of our 16 colleges were automatically eligible to offer new academic programs for the 2020-21 academic year, while 2 colleges, E-Town and Hopkinsville Community College, were eligible to request an appeal. These 2 colleges have submitted their appeals and are awaiting the results from the CPE board that meets later this month. We are very hopeful for a positive outcome. And by the way, KCTCS is not the only institutions that have submitted appeals. The 4-year institutions also in the same situation. And just to name a few, the University of Kentucky, Murray State, EKU, and Morehead State are also awaiting approval through the appeals process. Next slide. So here, I want to talk a little bit about the COVID-19 crisis and the response from student services. In response to COVID-19 public health crisis that we're all facing today, KCTCS Student Services Division have developed and disseminated guidance via the SharePoint site to help our college staff, faculty, and students continue to support one another. Information presented on the site was divided into areas of student support, academic advising, student engagement, admissions and records, diversity, equity, and inclusion, student financial aid, and virtual student services. Next slide. The CARES Act. I would imagine every one of you have heard, either through communications from Dr. Box or just on the news, the Department of Education or the federal government has provided the CARES Act, which is the Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds, fondly known as HERF. You'll hear more about this tomorrow in Dr. Box's report, but I will just share with you briefly that for KCTCS colleges, we were appropriated $36 million, of which half of that, $7.9 million, was designated strictly for student emergency funds, and the remainder, $7.9 million, allocated for institutional funds. Now, this particular slide shows that as of today, the numbers have been updated, so please disregard what you're seeing on the slide. But as of today, we have dispersed over $11,647 to over 7,472 students. So as you can see, we are working very diligently and expeditiously to provide relief to students who are eligible for financial aid. These are Pell eligible students, to ensure that they receive these funds in order to assist them during this time. The eligible expenses, of course, can only fall into the following categories: course materials and technology equipment requirements needed for transitioning to online instruction, food and housing insecurities, as well as any disruption that may include a program term being extended or needing to have extra time for a student to complete their required labs or clinicals. Again, these funds are strictly designated for Pell eligible students or students who have completed the financial aid application. More information will be shared at the board meeting tomorrow. Next slide, and this will be my last. Okay, the KCTCS Leadership Academy, named in honor of Dr. J.K. Box. One of the hallmarks of Dr. Box's leadership style is identifying individuals with leadership potential and finding ways to cultivate that innate quality. The Student Leadership Academy was created to mirror that practice, encouraging colleges to look among their students for those with leadership potential. This program, or our inaugural program, has produced 32 student candidates eligible for election to serve as student regents. For those students that are not elected for one of those limited spots, they are afforded an opportunity for self-reflection, personal growth, and preparation for a lifetime of servant leadership. For this reason, I am pleased to share that the Student Leadership Academy has been formally renamed in honor of our KCTCS president, Dr. J.K. Box Student Leadership Academy. Now, the KCTCS, as I stated, has completed its inaugural Student Leadership Academy in the spring of 2020. Sessions were held in June, July, and October of 2019, with a virtual session held in April of this year due to the coronavirus. And at this time, we plan to show a video showcasing the final assignment and capturing some of our students' thoughts about the Student Leadership Academy. However, we have downloaded the abbreviated version of the two videos, about 5 minutes total, on board for you, and we encourage you to view them before tomorrow's board meeting if time will permit. Chair Stevens, this ends my report, and I will pause to answer any questions that any of the board members might have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Any board members?
We do have a hand up, Regent Roth.
Yes. Things. I think that was an amazing report. And I'm so proud of KCTCS as always. What we're doing for students is remarkable. Just such a credit to the institution. I think it's just wonderful. Makes me happy. But the other is, how do we get the video on board? Is there a slot for it somewhere that I don't know where to look?
Hannah?
The videos are in the PowerPoint. They're the last two slides, I believe, on the PowerPoint, and they should have a red or black play button that you would just press. We just thought there was going to be a delay from projecting it across the Teams platform, so you should be able to pull up the PowerPoint and watch them from that.
I'm looking, because I'm following on board, and I don't seem to be able to do it, but I'll keep trying.
I don't see it either.
Thank you, Wendy.
Maybe.
I don't see any play button. I don't mean to take up time in the meeting. You guys can, we'll just get, if you think of it, let us know.
You may have to download the actual file that's in the video. You may have to open it in PowerPoint and play it through there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Dr. McCall?
Chair Stevens, before you move on, we need to go back to Mike Murray for one moment.
All right. Mike?
Mr. Chair, sometimes you see on the news broadcasts when they talk about all the problems associated with live broadcasts. So in our virtual environment, we're having a little bit of that right now. I'm informed that there were some folks who could not see some of the members during their vote, during the E-Town vote. And so I would request that we go back and do that so that all of the votes can be seen and heard, and to try to address some of the issues. One of the things we will suggest is that everybody who does not need to be seen while they are voting, if you will turn off your video, then that will leave room on the screen for all of the Regents who must vote. And also for the Regents, if you could speak your name first, identify yourself, and that may give a little bit of time for the camera to catch up with you. So by the time you actually speak your vote, you'll be showing on the screen. So, Mr. Chair, we could go back and do the vote on the E-Town, and we'll just formalize it.
All right, you call the roll, Mike.
Yes, sir. Would you care to restate the issue we're voting on, Mr. Chair?
Just a moment. I have to get my page back out now. And you're voting on which one now?
E-Town.
Okay, just a moment, please.
That would be the ECTC Medical Lab Technology Program.
Yes, that the Academic Affairs Committee approved the Associated Applied. Well, that's Madisonville. One before that. All right. Which one is that, Dr. Williams? Again?
It's the Medical Technology Program from Elizabethtown Community and Technical College. It would have been the program right before the Madisonville program. The motion was to approve adding the Medical Laboratory Technology Program to the ECTC program inventory.
All right. Madam, Dr. Williams, since you have it in front of you, would you read it, please?
Sure, my pleasure. It is that the Board of KCTCS Regents approve, the KCTCS Board of approve an Associate in Applied Science and Medical Laboratory Technology for Elizabethtown Community and Technical College to be implemented in spring of 2021.
All right. Mr. Murray.
Very well. I will call the vote. Chair Stevens.
James Stevens, yes.
Regent Roth.
Regent Roth, yes.
Regent Fletcher.
Regent Fletcher, yes.
Regent Girdler is absent. Regent McDermott.
Sorry, muted. Regent McDermott, yes.
Regent Rose.
Regent Rose, yes.
Regent Hinson is ex officio. Mr. Chair, once again, the vote carries.
Thank you. The next one to read, Dr. Williams.
Are we doing all of the votes again, Mike?
No, ma'am. Just that one, and we're good on it. We can now.
So, Chair Stevens, you actually are at the announcement of the next meeting.
Yes, that part of the meeting we all look forward to. Correct. The next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Academic and Curriculum Affairs will be held September the 17th, 2020 at the KCTCS System Office in Versailles. The good Lord willing, the creek don't rise. Do I hear a motion?
You need only a motion for adjournment.
Adjournment, yes. Your motion with adjournment. Second?
I'll second.
Mr. Murray?
Yes, sir. Chair Stevens?
Aye.
Regent Roth?
Regent Roth, yes.
Regent Fletcher?
Regent Fletcher, yes.
Regent Girdler is absent. Regent McDermott?
Regent McDermott, yes.
Regent Rose?
Regent Rose, yes.
And Regent Hinson is ex officio. Mr. Chair, the motion carries.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
We are adjourned 1:44 p.m.
If I may, I'm sorry, this is Hannah. I just want to clarify that we will not be moving immediately into Finance Committee. It will start as scheduled at 2:30. So you have about a 45-minute break, and we'll see you back at 2:30, either here on the live stream. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Dr. McCall? Is Dr. McCall still on?
their names and then indicate what their votes are. The raise hand feature of Teams is not sufficient for our purposes for voting, so we won't use it for that reason, but you can use the raise hand feature in order to indicate that you'd like to be recognized, and then the chair can recognize you to speak after you raise your hand. If you are not a voting regent, we will kindly ask that you turn off your audio and off your videos so that we can make sure that the regents who are voting can be seen and heard on the screen. We had a little bit of problem with that before, and so we're thinking that this approach will help it so that we can only have the voting members on the screen and be seen and heard. And that will also help us maintain compliance with all of the requirements for conducting a virtual meeting. For the regents, when you are voting, please say your name. Say, this is Regent and your name and my vote is. That way it will give the technology a few seconds to catch up with you before you offer your vote. And then as parliamentarian, I will tally the vote and announce what the results are. And we believe this is an effective strategy, a new novel strategy for helping us to deal with the novel coronavirus. Mr. Chair, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I would like to ask Hannah Rivera, Assistant Secretary to the Board, to please call the roll.
Yes, will do. Mark Wells.
Present.
Thank you. Damon Allen. Damon could not be with us today. Lisa Damaris.
I'm here.
Thank you. Karen Finan.
Present.
Angela Fultz.
Present.
Jackie Tehan.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Tammy Thompson.
Here.
Thank you. And Gail Henson.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. There being a quorum present, committee business will begin with approval of the minutes from the last meeting. The minutes have been distributed to you for your review. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Hearing none, we will move on to the agenda. And our first item is an action item. It's the ratification of personnel actions, with the recommendation, of course, being that the Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions listed in the agenda materials. I would like to call upon President Box to present this item.
Thank you, Chair Wells. At this time, I'd like to call on Vice President Wendell Followell, who will assist in this presentation. Mr. Followell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Board of Regents, and other viewers. The recommendation is that the Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions listed in the agenda. Since personnel actions regularly occur throughout the period of the year and in between the Board of Regents meeting, they're usually always ratified at the next board meeting. They include information about individual personnel actions, as well as summary personnel actions on academic appointments, administrative appointments, reappointments, leaves of absence, retirements, and also the number of full-time open positions in the system. To briefly give you a high-level view of those, and I'll call attention to a few of these. Administrative appointments, there's nothing to report at this time. Administrative retirements, the same. However, administrative resignations, Dr. Steve Basic at Maysville Community and Technical College has resigned effective July 1, 2020. Dr. Box, you may want to comment on Dr. Basic's departure.
Dr. Basic is originally from Mississippi and spent some time there as both a student and earlier on his career. He had the opportunity to apply for the position of president at Hines Community College, located in Jackson, Mississippi, which is the largest institution in Mississippi, has about 30,000 students. So it's a very large and prestigious community college in our country. And he was successful in that search and was named the president. We're real excited for him. a big loss for us, but it's a great opportunity for him in his professional career, and we wish him the best of luck.
Thank you. Promotions with tenure, there are three, two at Elizabethtown Community College and one at Southeast. There was a question when we went over the Finance Committee early on about, do the colleges still offer tenure? The answer is yes. Oftentimes, they don't always offer tenure with their recruitment unless a position is needed to do so, a hard to fill position. So if you have questions about that, I'll be glad to answer those. Promotions without tenure, there are a number through here. I won't go through all of those. I will say that in total, there's 138 promotions. The moving to promotion professors, 27, to associate is 40, to assistant professor is 65. As I mentioned, 3 without tenure, 1 librarian, 2 and 3 librarian 3s. Those are on the following pages. Hannah, you're doing a great job scrolling down. And then leaves, there's nothing to report with regard to those with pay greater than 90 days. However, when we go to deaths, sadly, there are 3 deaths that have happened with employees. 2 here within the system office, 1 within the fire commission, 1 who worked for me, and 1 also at Hopkinsville Community College. On the summary of personnel actions on academic appointments, there are 15. You see the various disciplines. There's no administrative appointments to report at this time. Reappointments, there's 50 of those, and you see the reappointments in the various disciplines there. Terminal reappointments, there's 3, AA and AAS at Big Sandy. And then leaves of absence, there is 1. Non-administrative retirements, there's 18. 7 faculty, 11 staff. Nothing to report on non-renewal appointments. As far as regular full-time positions, as of April 1, 104 of the various personnel systems, 142 from the UK system, 18A, 151B, 21. Within the KCTCS personnel system, 3897. Total of 3960. If you look at the retirement plans under KERS, there's 396, KTRS 414, 403B, 3150 for a total of 3960. Call your attention back to the retirement plans. You've noticed, and we had back in March, we spoke about the number of retirees under KT and KERS. They continue to go down. As of last July 1, we had 435 KERS employees. So we've seen 39 retire over the course of the year. With regard to KTRS, we had 456. We see a reduction of 42 there. So there's 81 within the pension system that have left over these first 9 months in fiscal year 2019-2020. As far as regular full-time position vacancies as of April 1st, we have 37 faculty and 53 staff to report. Mr. Chair, that concludes my report and with regard to the personnel actions. Any questions?
Are there any questions or further discussion on this item?
If not, then I recommend that the Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions listed in the agenda materials, and the Finance Committee recommend those out.
Well, I'd like to call for a motion and a second, with the motion being that the Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee recommends that the KCTCS Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions listed in the agenda materials.
This is Regent Finan, so moved.
This is Regent Thompson, second.
Okay, so Regent Finan made the motion, seconded by Tammy Thompson. I'd like to call for the vote. Mr. Murray, please proceed with the roll call.
Mike, you're muted.
You're muted.
Okay, that's probably the first time in life that's happened. Let me say over again, I will remind everybody that if you are not a voting regent, please turn off your video and turn off your microphone so that our voting region can be seen on the screen. And with that, I will move to call the vote. Chair Wells?
Yes.
Regent Allen? Not present today. Regent Damaris?
Yes.
Regent Finan?
Approve.
Regent Foltz?
Yes.
Regent Tehan?
Yes.
Regent Thompson?
This is Regent Thompson. Yes.
Regent Henson?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the motion carries.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Our second item is an action item. It's the 2020 through 21 KCTCS tuition rate. With the recommendation being that the Board of Regents approve and report to the Council on Post-Secondary Education a $5 per student credit hour tuition increase recommended by CPE staff. This action aligns with the CPE's tuition rate structure at Kentucky Public Post-Secondary Education Institutions for 2020.
Mark, you're breaking up.
With the colleges. Okay.
Is he breaking up on everybody else's end?
Yes.
Okay. How about now?
That's better. Don't move.
Okay. I'll lean forward then. In-state students, $179. The out-of-state students from contiguous counties, $358. Other out-of-state students, $627. I would like to call upon President Knox to introduce the agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Wells. I will give you a little bit of background, and I'll turn this over to Vice President Followell. The 8 university presidents, public university presidents, and I meet regularly with CPE President Aaron Thompson and his staff. And we started back last fall in our discussions about what would be recommendations that we would put forward to the CPE board on setting the limits on how much each institution could raise their tuition for the 2021 year. The initial recommendation from the college presidents and from the university presidents and me to CPE staff was that KCTCS be allowed to raise our tuition by $5 and that the universities be able to raise theirs by 2%, which is a much higher amount than our $5 increase, which Wendell will go over with you in a minute. And that was our initial request to go forward. Earlier in the spring, of course, what happened was the pandemic before the CPE board meeting. We went back, the university presidents and I went back to CPE and said we were very concerned that the recommendation of 2% for the universities and $5 for KCTCS would not be enough due to the impact of the pandemic. And what became a recommendation to the CPE board was that they would allow the universities and the KCTCS board to bring forward a recommendation for tuition increase at any amount that they would reasonably present due to the impact of the pandemic. I came back and worked with staff, and we believe that we can still manage the pandemic impact with a $5 tuition increase, even though it will be a tough year in that situation. And I talked with CPE staff and said that's what we'd be recommending to the board. today, and they were very grateful for that because of they were hoping that institutions wouldn't go too much above what was originally proposed by CPE staff. But let me tell you about what's going on with the universities that doesn't impact us as much as it does the universities. The universities are very, very concerned about what their enrollment will look like in the fall. Specifically, they're concerned that students who would be coming to their institutions and living in dorms, that they or their parents might not want that to happen, and thus they may not come this fall. There also some talk about students taking a gap year and not even going to college. And the universities are a little bit concerned about their enrollment decline in this situation. And so it becomes a little bit more of a competition with them to try to attract their university-specific type student, their residential student, back to their institutions. And so we've seen a couple of the comprehensive universities decide not to raise tuition at all. And then just this morning, we heard that UK is only going to raise their tuition or propose that they raise their tuition only 1%. Now, even at that 1%, that would be a higher tuition increase than what KCTCS would be doing at a $5 per credit hour. But it is still less than what UK has been doing in the past, which is about 6% increase. So I give you that background to say that universities are very much concerned with trying to compete against each other for the traditional residential student, and thus they are competing a little bit more with their tuition rates. However, coming back to us, I believe a $5 tuition rate, semester credit hour tuition rate is a reasonable request, and I'll turn it over to Vice President Folwell to give the background on that.
Thank you. I had some questions that Chair Wells and I talked about, as well as another region or two asked about information and background for this $5 request. We're requesting the $5 for each dollar increase. That will be about $1.2 million. There was in your packet, I think, that Amy Jennings sent late yesterday or possibly late Tuesday about that $5 and what that means, particularly if you look at student financial aid for students. The average award on student financial aid for fall 2019 was $3,870.56. If you look at the average residual, it was roughly almost $1,900 at $1,884.33. If you look at the average credit hours that our student takes, it's about 10.2 per semester, so that's about $51. You multiply that times 2, you get $102 for the academic year. So we don't believe this is significantly out of line. In addition to that, when you look at the cost of the coronavirus pandemic, even with the CARES money, and we'll talk more about that later on, that if we award and we're well on our way, and Dr. McCall will talk more about that on the student side, that's about $1,500 additional, almost $1,600 additional per student they would receive. The Council of Post-Secondary Education has also awarded us a grant for student success funding to support students in overcoming obstacles related to COVID and other things when we've identified and awarded each college $7,500 to help address mental health issues, food insecurities, technology. So all of those things, and if you look at our overall budget, the unrestricted revenue, and these changed slightly from what I initially sent you versus the final budget, but just short of 40%, 39 and some change, that is tuition's our largest support of unrestricted revenue. State appropriation is now about 29%. It's just below that. There's a slight change in some of the things in budget numbers. But if you look at and what we're facing potentially, as you may recall, we've already received notice from State Budget Director John Hicks of a 1% budget reduction this year. You may or may not have saw in the news yesterday that came out from the consensus forecasting group, and actually the May receipts that the state government had received, actually revenue is only down 1.8%, which the consensus forecasting group back on May 22nd had projected to use the worst case estimate of about 3.5%. So that's good news for us. So hopefully we may not have an additional budget reduction this year, but the discussion by both legislative as well as the executive branch, Republican or Democrat, is that in 2021, unless the economy does a V, which it's not expected to do, then we could face budget reductions up to 10 to 15%. And for each 1%, that's basically $1.75 million that would be affected by tuition. When we held tuition constant in 15-16, it really did not have the effect that we had hoped for by having any significant change in enrollment. And when we also did in 16-17, for those that were continuing that had been in 15-16, we did not see any significant change there. KCTCS's tuition, there was a chart that I sent you also, or maybe should have, that had the projected rates back in April when the CPE staff were putting together recommendations of what a 2% cost, and but even more so what the current base rates for the institutions. And as you also recall, other than KCTCS's $8 per credit hour for the BuildSmart fee, which is included in our current base rates, if you look at the universities from a high of the University of Kentucky at that time using the current fiscal year's rates, and this is the base rate, doesn't include any graduated courses or any other things or any special fees, parking, activity fees, those types of things, it's $12,360, down to a lower number of $8,500 for Kentucky State University. So those being said, the ranges that the universities in the UK decided not to go to the full rate, but their rate still will be higher than KCTCS's when you look at it on an annual basis. And the CPE staff, as well as the board, recognized that the institutions needed the flexibility to establish their rate through their local boards. So if you look at what the $5 tuition will do, given the economic uncertainties of 2021, we're hoping to keep as many, everybody employed as we can and still be efficient. But if we have budget cuts, obviously every dollar helps. At the $1 increase or the $5 for the overall rate, that adds to about or equals about 88 full-time positions when you look at including benefits. At an average salary, including benefits, of $68,000. And I may remind you that our benefits rate is 43.5%, and that's on an average rate versus the 49.49 just for KERS and overall, but that's a blended rate. So the recommendation is to approve or request that the Finance Committee support and the board approve a $5 per student credit hour tuition rate. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Wendell, this is Regent Finan. Did we hold tuition steady this past academic year, or was there an increase?
There was a $7 increase this current for 1920. 1920,
okay. But it was held, there was no increase in 16-17 or 17-18?
In 15-16, we did not increase tuition. We held tuition flat. Okay. And for any student that went in 15-16 and continued, we kept their tuition rate at the same level as it was in 16-17 as it was the prior year.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wendell, this is Mark. I was able to talk to a couple of colleges about this, just to get a little input from them. And admittedly, I picked out, I think, a couple of colleges where the enrollment has been trending down a couple of years. And for them, they have told me that this is a real integral part of the budget. It may not be sound a whole like a lot in dollar amount, but for them, it's, you know, it may be eliminating or not being able to buy a piece of equipment that's desperately needed. It may be 3 or 4 positions that would have to be eliminated if that 5% is not in there. That's what they told me. And then, again, like I said, I talked to ones where I knew that the enrollment had been down a little bit, and maybe this was affecting them more significantly than some other places. But it does seem like it will have a very significant impact, even though we might be talking at one school, maybe it's only $300,000, but still, that may allow them to save 3 positions.
That is, Mr. Chair, that's very true. You'll see that in the budget. Some institutions such as like Madisonville have dramatic increases in their tuition if you look at the budget, but that's because they've had a good year. Their actual enrollment is up for the year, where you are at Big Sandy, theirs are down. And also in the case of Madisonville, they're adding new programs, and you approved some today and earlier in the meeting, but with an aviation program, with a commercial driver's license program, and an alignment program. So some colleges, depending on their local communities, are doing quite well, while others, pockets of the state, are more affected by their economies. I see.
And I think it's a good, I mean, I'm not a big fan of raising tuition, admittedly, but I think it is, in this situation, it is at least a good safety net for all the unknowns that we don't, you know, the effect of this virus, who knows what's going to happen the rest of the year. And I think it does provide a little safety net for the colleges.
Mr. Chairman, I see Regent Fuchs has her hand up. I don't know if you see that.
I do not see that. Go ahead.
Regent Damaris also.
Go ahead,
Yes.
Damaris.
Regent Damaris?
Yes.
Just a couple of clarifying questions. Unless my math is wrong, it looks like we're going from 174 to 179 for in-state students. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if I do my little percentage increase, that's a 2.8% increase. Is that correct?
I think the CPE's numbers, I haven't divided that, but they had 2.7, but I think they factored in the $8 Bill Smart charge as well.
I see. All right, because I just want to make sure we're clear. I mean, I just heard Dr. Box say that UK has decided to go with a 1%, if I correctly heard that.
That's correct.
And even though we're saying $5, I mean, I don't want to mix apples and oranges here. Dollars and percentages are 2 different ways of measuring things.
Correct.
If we do it on a kind of a more equitable scale in terms of measurement, we're really looking at a 2.8% increase. Am I correct in that?
Tuition only, as far as percentages, yes.
Okay.
But the students also are charged a Bill Smart fee that, as you're aware, that you're still paying for that as well.
Okay. My follow-up to that then is I just wanted to make sure that was clarified, was, and I know, Dr. Box, you're going to address this tomorrow in the full board meeting, but I read very carefully the impact of COVID-19 report that you had sent to the entire board. And on page 5 of that report, as of that report's printing, there was a sentence that said that percentage enrollment numbers across the board are down 19.6% as of the printing of that document. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and to kind of expand on that, the universities are somewhere up in the high 20% on their early enrollment numbers. So that is a kind of across the board for all of higher education across the country. Because students are waiting to see if they're going to have a safe learning environment to go to. But we had some pretty good news in that the governor's office gave us the opportunity to open back up our campuses for our technical students who needed to complete their technical courses for the spring semester. And they allowed us to do that beginning on May the 20th. And the Chancellor Williams asked the colleges to give a report out on how well the students accepted coming back to campus. And out of 9,000 students that were eligible and they were not required to come, we had 90% of them show up. Plus the fact that when the survey was done to see why the others did not come back, the number one reason was lack of childcare. The number two reason was work conflict. And the number three reason, which is the one that we were concerned about, was concern about the safety of the campus, meaning the labs and so forth. And so we were pretty encouraged to see that we had such a good response for those classes, and we're hopeful now that maybe our fall enrollment will be a little bit better than what we expected.
Okay, I see a hand up.
I guess, can I have, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I guess I just have maybe one more question, and this is a result of, and Chair Wells, you're aware of this, I copied you on the questions I sent. I sent some questions over to Wendell yesterday, just because I wanted to make sure I understood some of the revenue summaries in the operating budget. And I can see that, and Wendell, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I can see that we're showing a significant increase in other sources under unrestricted revenue, and that's pretty much carry forward funds, essentially funds that may have been in reserve, may have been designated for capital projects, may have been designated for emergency repairs or some type of maintenance activities. So in the budget, we've allocated, what looks like, goodness, about $34 million more than last year in other sources on that line item. And then, of course, we have the CARES Act coming in on restricted revenue, roughly about 26 million or so under government grants and contracts. So it looks like we're already plugging in some placeholders. Obviously the CARES Act, which needs to be spent, but also some of our reserve money or money that may have been planned for other activities in case we need it due to the costs of COVID-19 and what it requires of us. So I just want to comment that I've got some heartburn about raising tuition when I look at the fact that we've already allocated monies in restricted revenue, in unrestricted revenue. Although I am encouraged, Dr. Box, by what you said about the attendance for folks who came back for technical completion, I'm still concerned about a 19.6% drop in enrollment. And in reality, we're looking at a 2.8% increase in tuition if we compare it to the other institutions. So I'm not advocating to lay people off. I know you guys have done a great job of keeping everybody employed. I just have to say I got a little bit of heartburn putting this amount of money on the backs of our students. Thank you.
Mark, can I respond to that?
Yes.
Yeah, and Jackie may want to respond. Is Jackie on this group? Yeah. May want to respond from a student's perspective. But yeah, at the $5 rate, the average student credit hours that our students take is 10.2 hours, because we have to remember that the majority of our students are part-time and not full-time students like the universities. So at 10.2 hours, we're talking about $51 impact to a student per semester. The financial aid award for our students covers most of them's tuition and fees and books, and a very high percentage of our students take home about $1,800 a residual check from their financial aid. So as far as the burden on the students, I'm not sure that a $50 increase would be that much of a burden. But again, I'm not a student. So Jackie may want to respond to that.
Jackie?
I think I agree with you, Dr. Box, on just the financial end of things. I have been at KCTCS for 2.5 years, and each semester I have come away with a residual amount of money off my grant, and anything I have going towards my tuition. So it's never been a burden. I have had to take classes online, and I know with online classes you have additional fees, and I have thought about that. But now that I'm looking into transferring to a 4-year, the one thing KCTCS has an advantage to is the lower cost. I mean, in comparison to what the other colleges are charging, adding a little bit of a fee to each individual credit hour, it's still not going to compare. And with the amount of money that each student brings home after all their books are paid for, there are students, I've come into contact with a few students also that, like, they're single mothers and they will buy their kids' school supplies through the school's bookstores because it helps with their money and helps with their children. And, that money is theirs and it's extra. So I don't think it will be a financial burden to add an additional amount of money to it because they're already offset. Like you were saying, Dr. Box, there's already a majority of students who come away with money at the end of the semester.
Thank you, Jackie. Regent Thompson.
Actually, I was trying to think of what my question was because I'm trying to come back around to where it was. I was looking at the increase and I agree with Dr. Box and really appreciate your perspective, Jackie. When you do compare, if UK is doing 1%, we're doing 2%. It's when you do the percentages, it's about optics and what it looks like. When you say $51, that does not appear at all, to be excessive. It's just when you compare those percentages and those optics and what that means, and it's still important that we promote that we are still the cheapest or the most affordable tuition in the state. I just had a question also, Wendell, on the diagram that talks about the percentages and the parameters. Mm-hmm. Again, it does compare the apples and the oranges because you did do the pricing and how much it costs for the universities, and you only did our percentages. So, I mean, I know that we're cheaper, but we didn't, and I kind of did the math myself, but we didn't have the numbers of what our actual tuition is on that chart. It was just really the percentages. And I didn't, the one question I had for, I believe it was EKU, in the top part, it says that their special fees is $600. And this is just in the bottom part, when it says EKU, it says $300. And I was just seeing how that fit into, the actual cost, or if there was something misprint there, or if you can help me.
No, Mark, I didn't create these. I gave you straight from these what the Council of Post-Secondary Education staff produced. But that is part of the point, is that there are additional fees at other institutions that are being charged that are not listed here. These are the mandatory fees, but there are a number of course charges, all types of things that the universities have. I will give you, for example, a few years ago, we looked at the University of Kentucky. We asked for all of their charges that they charged, charges and fees being mandatory in that sense, and it was 42 pages long on number 12 font. So to Regent Higgins' point, there are lots of charges, and this is not necessarily apples to oranges, so to speak, but this is what the CPE produced. So I didn't modify it in any sense of the word. I gave it to you as what the staff of CPE recommended.
Any other comments, Regent Thompson?
No, thank you.
Okay. Just going straight down the line, Regent Fultz.
Hello. I have a question, Wendell. What is our credit hour fee for our online classes? I know that, but I couldn't think of it off the top of my head.
Our online additional course charge for online is $20 per credit hour.
But that's per credit hour, right?
Correct. Yes.
So if a student is taking a 3-hour course online, they pay $60 more to take it online as opposed to face-to-face.
That is correct. Those charges end up helping to go to do the Blackboard, the other types of things that we all have that support student services, because in the end, providing an online course, all of the back shop support and the technology is very, very expensive.
Well, my question was, going forward, we may very well see more students moving online for the fall semester as compared to face-to-face. Have there been any projections on the amount of revenue we may see just from the online fee being assessed? And would that help offset a tuition increase if we have more students taking online courses and paying the $60 more course as opposed to raising tuition? I mean, is there any way to project that?
Currently, that number is just short of $9 million, right at the $9 million mark for all online course charges. I will tell you that KCTCS is one of the lowest, if not the lowest, online course charge. The University of Louisville, I think, was charging $150 per credit hour. I think the University of Kentucky charges $90. And those don't hold me to those numbers, but that's a discussion that the CPE staff have even looked at, because those things have gotten, and they continue to increase those. We have been at that rate for the last 4+ years.
And Regent Fultz, I will jump in here to say that, yes, we expect that there will probably be more students online. We also are going to have much more expenses to deal with that, especially as you are very much aware, we added Wi-Fi units to our parking lots, and there are many other technology costs that our institutions are having to absorb to move more people online.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Regent Finan.
Thank you. I look at this as a forward-thinking approach, because as we look at just the COVID situation and really not knowing what our enrollment will be this year or into next, that it could be potentially decreased. I find myself with my business hat on thinking about how do you protect the institution? How do you protect the business in what could potentially happen, what likely could happen? And so I look at that increase, in the credit hour is almost a protection. And I know that the increased cost for the online arrangements were called out in the executive summary of the budget. So I know we're anticipating additional costs with that. So I appreciate where we are with this, because we have to be forward thinking in this case. I guess the other piece, and Wendell, you went through a number of different opportunities and grants related to the students, mental health, some other grants, et cetera. Do we have money set aside for students who really can't afford to carry the increase? I mean, will there be an awareness and a proactive approach to this if there are students who kind of fall in that gap? I think it'd be important for us to hear that.
Yes, ma'am, in the sense that, yes, we do have a number of scholarships. All the colleges have individual scholarships, as well as we have system-wide scholarships that have also been increased to reflect this, $5 per credit hour within the scholarship. So we make those inflation-proof, if you will, so that if tuition is increased, then that keeps the student at a constant dollar, so there wouldn't be any difference in effect. But yes, those things have been factored into the budget, as well as you mentioned some funds with regard to mental health, food insecurities, and technology. The $17.9 million, or over 1/2 of all of the CARES money, has to be used specifically to help students.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And Vice President Moeller is on. He may want to respond to that also.
Yeah, I want to respond to Regent Finan's question. Every college that has a recognized foundation, as well as the KCTCS System Foundation, have what we call a greatest need fund within our foundation. And those are undesignated funds given by donors to respond to the greatest needs. And when the pandemic hit, we were able to respond to students that had those small needs, but were critical for their success. And these range not just $50 here and there, but we provided gift cards for folks to go shopping for groceries, gas money. Some of the colleges provided some clothing for helping with interviews. So we of course have funds in place to help students that are really kind of in a bad place, so they don't have $50 course fee or transportation issues stay in the way of their academic success.
I guess the thing that would be the toughest to measure would be the students who don't come as incoming first year because of the perception of an increase. I don't know how you capture that, but that's something to think about as well. If across the board, both the universities and KCTCS are going through an increase, the students who don't reach out and don't ask for that funding may be a lost opportunity. And I don't know that there's a way to measure that, but just a comment on my side, that might be tough to really measure.
Okay, Regent Damaris, do you have another question?
Yeah, just kind of going back to some of my earlier comments, we talked about the CARES Act funds and the carry forward funds. I guess if we did not raise these dollars, what would happen? If we did not approve this increase, and Wendell, you mentioned that the money raised for this is the equivalent on average of 88 full-time positions. Well, would those positions have to go away?
Potentially, depending on how much the state budget reduction is and the effects by college. As you've looked at, I'm sure looked at the budget for proposed budget for 2021, it's not a straight line such that each $5 or for the overall increase on that per credit hour, you see within each college's budget, some that went up, some that went down. So it's going to be some communities and some colleges will be dramatically more affected than others.
And if the realization pans out and we do see a roughly 19% decline in enrollment, will that also cause impacts to staffing?
It will. The goal that we have tried to do, and as in my response to you yesterday, and I will say before this committee and the entire board, we're all in. We've got every dollar on the table that we can put forth to basically keep the colleges going. That doesn't mean all of it will be used necessarily. We hope that we don't, but we are willing to defer some projects and things of that nature in order to basically transition 2021 so that we know what the new normal is. We do not know. We feel good about maybe our enrollments coming back, but at the same time, that may not materialize. The state's economy may not be what we had hoped for it to be or what's been budgeted. And if those things happen, we will need time to react. And rather than just massively lay off everybody in anticipation of that, we're willing to try to weather this storm and figure out what the next moves are at that time rather than take action now and maybe those things don't pan out.
Regent Damaris, I'm going to jump in here too, because Wendell is speaking like a true finance person, and that's why he's on my team. He's supposed to do that. I will also tell you, in our meetings with the 16 presidents, I have said that we're going to do everything we can possibly do to keep from having to lay off any employee. We do not need to be adding to the unemployment roll in Kentucky. And so we're going to make as many plans, contingency plans as possible to keep our people employed. That means our rainy day funds may have to be used more than we would normally do. And I want to tell you, all the regents here on this committee, if we don't approve the $5 tuition increase, I don't want us to be thinking that, oh, we're going to have to eliminate 88 positions because we didn't raise the tuition rate. That's not a fair statement. That's what it would cost if we had to. That's $6 million. If we didn't have it, that's what it would cost us. But we're not threatening that we're going to lay people off if we don't raise the tuition $5. That's not appropriate. We are just saying that that's the equivalent of what that would be. But my hope is that we won't have a 19% drop in enrollment. That more likely we will be flat. It may be down some in the fall, and then in the spring maybe it'll rebound. But of course we don't know what COVID-19 will do, and that is the unknown for all of us in higher education. It's the unknown for everyone in their day-to-day life. But right now I'm fairly well committed that we're not going to lay people off unless that's the very last thing we have to do.
I have one last question, and that is relative to the move of instruction to online. And we talked about the online fee that was approved a while back by the Board of Regents. If we are moving more courses to online, let's say we're moving a course to online that never was online before, are we assessing that fee, or are we waiving that fee? I guess the question is, if the course wasn't traditionally online and now it is due to COVID-19, are we waiving that online fee?
There's two things. There was one in the spring semester, and then there's one going forward. In the spring semester, if we move students online that were in a face-to-face environment, there was no additional charge. For the fall semester, for those students who have not yet enrolled in the fall semester, they have an option of whether to go online or to go to a face-to-face class. So it's an option for them on what they choose. Yes, there will be more options on online than face-to-face, but if they choose an online, they will pay the online course charge.
Would be $60 for a 3-credit course?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Can
So
this
essentially
sorry.
that paying, the $60 plus the extra $5 per credit. So we're really looking at, $75 increase for that course, for example. Okay.
This is Regent Thompson. Just to follow up on what Lisa said. So right now the plan is to go with a variety of options. Of course, we're hoping for face-to-face and the online and some hybrid of those. But should the pandemic rear again, we would move to remote learning again. And so if that happens, Dr. Box, as you've said with spring, then that online fees would be waived again?
That's correct.
Okay. While I have this, I just have a couple other comments, if I could, if that's okay. Is that okay?
Yes.
Something else that what Regent Finan had said is to be forward thinking, and something else to think about. I mean, for the upcoming year, right now we are still, as far as the pension, at the 49 cents, but we don't know what's going to happen in the future if we move up to that 90, that 90%. That's something else to think about, what happens with the pension and what we're going to do. And one last question, Dr. Box, you mentioned that you had vetted with the colleges and the presidents for the $5. And I just am wondering, and maybe this is something that you can't answer, but you have come to $5 that we can make it at that level. But what was the level that you had really at first thought we needed to go with? I mean, I'm just thinking about optics as well, that $5, but maybe it was something that it you had thought about looking at $7 or $8 because the CPE said that we didn't have a ceiling. So I'm just kind of wondering where you stand on that, why it was decided the $5. I mean, if that makes sense.
Sure, it does. We were looking at if we were just to be able to address what we expect to be the loss of revenue due to possible coronavirus impact, we were looking at probably a need of up to $20 a credit hour. And I just put my foot down and said, we're not going to do that to students. We're going to find another way to cover this budget this year besides putting it on the students. And $5 was what we had originally worked out with CPE, and I wanted to stay within that parameter. And so then Wendell and the business officers started looking at ways that we could spend rainy day funds to help us in case the enrollment started dropping.
I appreciate that. That's a big gap between $20 and $5. So I appreciate that. I'll come back to it. I had a question, and again, it's gone out of my head. So if anybody has a question, I'll come back to that.
$20 would have generated $30 million. And we're looking at somewhere between $33 and $40 million of a hole, possibly, if enrollment doesn't come to where we want it to.
And I know what it was. The rainy day fund, our reserve that we're talking about using to kind of offset some of these costs. The rainy day fund, what happens if something happens and we need more of the rainy day fund and then it's not there? What options are going to be available if we use those funds for COVID-19 and say we need it for, I don't know, something else?
Wendell can speak more to this than I can, but we believe we have enough rainy day funds to be able to weather this storm for this year. It would make it a little bit more difficult going into 21-22 academic year, but we think that we've got enough to weather the storm for this year and still have a rainy day fund that can still be there. As the board's been really good about requiring our colleges to put back a rainy day fund, and that has really made a difference. And we are probably as fiscally sound as any institution in this state, and that's due to the great management. First of all, it's great to the great foresight of this board, and then to the great management of Wendell Followell and the college president.
I'll try to answer that in the sense that what you see in the other funds has got, as Dr. Box said, all the rainy day funds. It's got the difference, as you mentioned, Regent Thompson, between what the KERS rate, because we were spared from the 93.01 that it would have been to the 49.47. It's got other things of that nature that they've had. Some of those funds, I will point out, are not all the colleges, are also the Fire Commission and K-beams, but those aside, we would have to defer projects. We would have to forego maintenance and equipment. We would have to number of purchases along that line. We've already got a number of moratoriums on, such as travel, professional development, those types of things. We continue to look for efficiencies. We would delay and defer energy management projects. We continue to bid things out to try to get more efficiencies. Shared services, for example, the colleges are already doing quite a bit of that. At Madisonville, for example, them with Henderson, they're sharing not only a business officer currently, but technology services individual as well as human resource services. So there would be more of those types of things that we continue to do all across the system. This system has repeatedly looked for ways to save money, and that, quite frankly, is where you see those other sources. It's not just been amassed in a year, but over a lifetime of basically colleges being conservative and using those resources and building those to be able to address their physical plant needs, because you may recall that KCTCS, as well as the other four-year institutions, Nobody gets any maintenance funds when you get a new building, whether it's Build Smart or Work Ready Skills. You have to find the dollars within and reallocate in order to be able to do those things. So there would be things we would have to do along those lines. We continue to sell property. I know those of you who live in Northern Kentucky sell some property, some things there at the surplus. We're looking to do some other things at other colleges we'll talk about later within this report, within the facilities. So we continue to look for ways to try to be more efficient and more effective with our dollars.
Okay, Chair Henson.
Thank you. I think this is an important discussion. Those of us who are chairs of the different boards were called as Council on Post-Secondary Education Board to talk about the need for tuition increases. The board did not want to permit any tuition increases for any of the colleges this year. And the people from U of L, I and Murray were able to testify to explain that after 11 years of cuts and declines that we needed to have a modest increase. And so we were grateful and surprised when they said that there would, we could have our own decision about how much of an increase. So this $5 increase is very modest. And as you recall from your from the report that about affordability that I sent in for Dr. Box's evaluation, IPED, the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System, shows that the net price of attending KCTCS institutions has declined 6.7%, while the price of attending the regional comprehensive universities has increased 7.7%. So we are a very strong bang for your buck. And also the fact that students have a residual of $1,800 plus to be helpful to them. So I think that the $5 is modest and it's doable because of the residual, and also because we've got to make a little bit of increase to make up for the 11 years of decrease by state funding.
Thank you. Regent Fultz.
I just want to mention that the residual, I think, is the average residual, though. Not every student gets that amount left over. And I know some people that do self-pay don't get anything. I mean, they don't get financial aid sometimes. So it's, even though it's an average, we do have self-pay students that struggle some.
And this is Regent Thompson. I also believe they'll struggle even more, or are struggling even more, with the loss of jobs and loss of employment due to COVID-19. So that's a consideration there. Dr. Box, if you could just reiterate the difference between the $5 and the $20 you mentioned, is that because there could be a potential 15% decrease, in between 10 to 15% decrease, could be a budget cut in the middle of the year from the state, according to this information. I mean, that's where you were talking the $20, you said like 33 million, that might cover some of that if that were to happen. Was that the thought process there?
It's a combination of two things. A prediction that enrollment could be down somewhere around 10%, as Regent Damaris mentioned, we're at 19 some odd percent. We think we'll be back to even, but we don't know what's going to happen with an outburst of coronavirus. So we predicted that we prepared a budget on the fact that we might have a 10% decline in enrollment. And the other side was be thinking about the possibility of 10% decline in state revenue at some point, that they might come back and cut our budget 10% for this coming year.
Okay. I still see several hands up, but I think some people didn't take them down. Are there any other questions or further discussion? Okay. Well, I'd like to call for a motion and a second, with the motion being that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve and report to the Council on Post-Secondary Education a $5 per student credit hour tuition increase recommended by CPE staff to the CPE Board for 2020 through 21 for in-state students. This action aligns with CPE's tuition rate structure at Kentucky's public post-secondary education institutions for 2020 through 21. The result will be the following 2020 through 21 per credit hour tuition rate for KCTCS colleges. In-state students, $179. Out-of-state students from contiguous counties, $358. Other out-of-state students, $627. Do we have a motion and a second? Okay, motion.
I second that.
Motion was made by Gail Henson, and who seconded that one?
Jackie.
Seconded by Jackie Tehan. Okay, I'd like to call for the vote. Mr. Murray, please proceed with the roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Reminder, if you are not a voting regent, please turn off your microphone and off your video. Chair Wells?
Yes.
Damaris? Regent Damaris, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Regent Damaris, I vote no.
Regent Finan?
Regent Finan, approve.
Regent Foltz?
Regent Foltz, yes.
Regent Tehan?
Regent Tehan, yes.
Regent Thompson?
Regent Thompson, yes.
Chair Henson?
Chair Henson, yes.
The motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the motion has passed. The next item is an action item. The 2020 through 2021 KCTCS salary schedule. With the recommendation being that the Board of Regents approve the 2020 through 21 KCTCS salary schedule, which includes the salary ranges for regular full-time faculty and staff. The KCTCS Board of Regents must approve funding for the salary schedule within the KCTCS annual budget. I would like to call upon President Box to introduce this agenda item.
Thank you. Had to make sure I was unmuted here. Again, I'll call on Vice President Fallowell to present this.
All right, thank you. The salary schedule, the recommendation is to approve the 2021 salary schedule. It's on attachment A. It includes the salary ranges for regular full-time faculty and staff. The board must approve it as part of the salary schedule. It's within the overall KCTCS annual budget. It's been designed with available resources, with best practices and market conditions. While there is no change to the salary schedule, it's the same schedule that we've had for the last 3 years. I think Chair Wells, you spoke about recently that it maybe have become more competitive because of the unemployment in the state, that you all had a number of applicants to apply for positions at Big Sandy that you were surprised with.
Yes.
The salary schedule reflects the monthly salaries to accommodate the period of assignment in months for regular full-time faculty and staff. The assignments for faculty range from 10 to 12 months, the staff assignments from 9 to 12 months. You'll see on attachment A that there are 4 faculty ranks and 16 staff bands, and each one of these regular full-time positions have been slotted into those salary bands of the schedule within consideration for benchmark pricing, for internal equity, and academic rank. Mr. Chair, that would be my report and my recommendation. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions that the members of the committee may have.
Are there any questions or any further discussion? As this is the same salary schedule that we, as he said, I think we approved it in June of 17. It's the same one, hasn't changed any at all. So any questions or further discussion?
See Karen Finan's hand up, Chair.
Okay. Regent Finan?
Regent Finan, just a point of clarification. When we met to discuss the compressed salary bands, I believe that was the last workshop that we attended, or the last couple. Has any of this been taken into consideration or built into the salary schedules? You know, as we looked at the compression and the different models that were presented, what is being done with that? Is it integrated into this recommendation here?
It is not included in this recommendation. That recommendation and being able to address those, and those are some of the things that also are in those other sources, is whatever dollars colleges may have amassed. Part of that recommendation would have been coming forth had the economy held and the state appropriation increased, and we've been able to increase tuition at a greater figure than the $5, and all things are well. Those things would have been implemented. Currently, that recommendation to address compression, because of the uncertainty with the enrollment, the uncertainty with state allocation and appropriation, is on hold.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then I'd like to call for a motion and a second, with the motion being that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the 2020 through 21 KCTCS salary schedule, which includes salary ranges for regular full-time faculty and staff. The KCTCS Board of Regents must approve funding for the salary schedule within the KCTCS annual budget. And we had a motion. Who made that?
Regent Damaris, I move.
Okay.
I'll second. Regent Finan.
Okay, so Regent Damaris made the motion, seconded by Regent Finan. I'd like to call for the vote. Mr. Murray, please proceed with the roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Again, non-voting regents, please dim your video and turn off your mic. Chair Wells?
Yes.
Regent Allen? Not present. Regent Damaris?
Yes.
Regent Finan?
Approved.
Regent Foltz?
Yes.
Regent Tehan?
Yes.
Regent Thompson?
Yes.
Regent Henson?
Yes.
The motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously, which brings us to our next item, another action item. It is the 2020 through 21 KCTCS annual budget.
Can we take a break, Mark?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. What,
Thank
take a
you.
5-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay.
5 minutes.
get back into it. And like I said, the next item is an action item. It's the 2020 through 21 KCTCS annual budget, with the recommendation that will be the KCTCS Board of Regents adopt the 2020 through 21 budget resolution regarding the 2020 through 21 annual budget for the Kentucky Community and Technical College System. This budget and its provisions will be effective July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. I would like to call upon President Box to introduce this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Wells. I appreciate that. Committee, I have to admit that in my 5 years as the system president and in my 19th year in this system, this might be the toughest budget we've ever had to present to the board. And as many of you have mentioned in our previous conversations, it's just the uncertainty that keeps us very much really trying to compose a budget and present to you something that will be meaningful for this next year. I applaud our college presidents and especially Vice President Followell and the chief business officers at each of the 16 colleges on working diligently to bring forward to you a budget that makes as much sense as we can have on the middle of June of the end of this year. But again, it's going to be a tough year. So I'm going to call on Vice President Followell to take you through this budget.
Thank you for the opportunity. Let me just say, as Dr. Box reiterated, it has been and is a difficult year because of the many uncertainties. We talk about that in the introduction of trying to plan during a pandemic. There's a number of items that, that are effect. I'll just kind of walk through some of this budget before I do, but the rationale, this budget does fund the fixed cost increases that we anticipate, whether it be utilities, property and casualty insurance, and facility operations. I will tell you, I did get some good news today. We'll be a few $100,000 down overall with regard to our unemployment insurance, and that has changed because we have some other things before, but that probably will go up next year. But that and our liability insurance for workers' comp went down. So those two together, somewhere around $700,000, which is good. But this covers the fixed cost increases for employee benefits. We do anticipate there will be some minor change with regard to health insurance come January of 21. It covers the cost of faculty promotions, which you have approved in the personnel items already of 138 of those. It retains a non-recurring budget reserve for each college, as well as the system office, as well as fire commission and K-beams. That is in the budget report required reserves. It has a limited safeguards, as we mentioned before, for potential state funding reductions, as well as enrollment declines. I'm going to call you to the budget document itself. I don't know if, let me come to that. Also, the budget resolution, part of this includes the budget resolution. It's on attachment A. It outlines the overall scope of the total budget, in addition to restricted funds, as well as unrestricted funds, as well as the capital portion of the budget. So that recommendation is that you would approve the budget. I want to go through it in a bit more detail to kind of highlight some things so that that have been asked of me previously, so that everyone hears the same thing. I don't know if you have the budget document maybe in hard copy with you. If you don't, that's okay, but I'll kind of highlight some things within it. In section A1, the executive summary, this is Dr. Box's last budget. He's mentioned that. It's with some heavy hearts on some things that we're not able to do, the things we'd like to do, and we talked to you in March about addressing compensation through both a salary increase and compression. But that's where we are given the situation. And in the COVID, it is difficult, but it covers those things. But some things to get to this budget, to where we are, to talk about the past few years, some of the initiatives and implementations that have been done to maintain our enrollments, to increase our retention, to maximize the resources, and some of the initiatives that include, we've dedicated resources for online and online course offerings and done quite a bit to that to help the student services with that. We've increased our partnerships. We've increased our marketing efforts to grow enrollment. We've focused on high wage, high demand jobs. This board has approved a number of those, 3 of those that I mentioned before with regard to specifically at Madisonville, with the online or with the lineman program, the CDL program, with the aviation program that we believe will help Kentucky's workforce. We phased out and submitted and eliminated other programs. We have grown dual credit significantly, and we've renegotiated contracts to provide greater efficiencies all through here, energy management contracts. We've re-engineered processes and procedures. Over on A2, we talk about that. This budget has developed with all of those things and very mindful, even though it's the $5 per credit hour with students, with faculty and staff, to try to position KCTCS for a brighter future. I go on through, there's other sections in the A's, and there's things with regard to the charts. There is the schedule of charges for students on page 7. And then I'll go to the revenue summary over on the budget itself on section B1 and kind of highlight some things as an overall system in comparison to last year or this current year that we're in 1920. If you look at tuition and mandatory fees, they're up, but they're only up $3 million. And that reflects, as you look back through the document and you look at the detail, as I mentioned before, Madisonville is up quite a bit. But where Chair Wells is, Big Sandy's down, other colleges are down, depends on the economy. So this budget is developed with those colleges and the nuances in each and every one of them. Hannah, I'm over on B1 now. If you look at the state appropriations, it's flat, but as anticipated and mentioned, that there's likely to be a reduction, could be as much as 10 to 15%. If you look at government grants and contracts up on the unrestricted section, those are up a bit over last year. If you are projected to be up, the non-credit tuition is up. Largely, that's new programs, as I mentioned, such as Madisonville programs. I just said about those, talked about those. Investment income's down because what we project in for 2021, as I mentioned with Jerome Powell as the chairman of the Fed, that he anticipates keeping rates, long-term rates near zero. Even been talking about negative yields along those lines. Sales and services activities are just roughly where they were before. If you look at other sources, those are those carry forward funds. Those are those funds for each and every college, as well as the KERS funds, every rainy day dollar that we can put forward to give us that we might normally amass over a number of years and only use then to do with projects. We budgeted those to give KCTCS in each and every college maximum flexibility. If you look at the budget reserve, the $13.7 million, that's roughly the same as last year. That number is 3% of the public funds or 2% of the unrestricted funds. That's how we get that 13.681,800 figure. If you look at the restricted numbers, down through there you see the mandatory fees. That's the Build Smart fee, the $9 million. That's the debt service that we will pay this coming year. It's roughly the same as we're paying this year, and that's still got 17 years on it. If you look at the government grants and contracts, you see a significant difference there. 282 million to 255 million budgeted. That's largely the carry forward of the CARES funds. For what dollars we don't spend between now and June 30 in the next 2 weeks, whether those be in student or whether those be in institutional funds, those have been budgeted as a carry forward to be able to use in fiscal year 2021. Private funds, you see that down because we're also in the pandemic. Private giving's down a bit, so that's budgeted as such. You also see the endowment income. The endowment income is also reflective of interest rates and also the market. And the market is still volatile, as we've seen today, and we're talking right before convening the meeting itself or reconvening the meeting, down 1,700 points today. Sales and services is up a little bit with regard to certain things that we will have there, other types of activities colleges are doing, and then some other sources on the private funds. Overall, the budget is up significantly, but it's largely because of non-recurring funds. The tuition increase that the board or that the finance committee recommended and approved out or will tomorrow, those are recurring funds. This budget that you see before you for the 2021 includes both recurring and non-recurring funds. And the total budget is $907 million, almost $908 million. But it's built in largely from KRS, those types of things are in there. That's over $7+ million just that goes up in the other sources. If you look at things here, and I know there's concerns about what the other universities do and some stuff, KCTCS is different from the other universities. We do not have, and we hopefully can weather this storm and not have to lay off people or things of that nature, as Dr. Box has mentioned. We do not have, we're not dependent upon athletic revenue. We're not dependent upon housing and dining revenue, nor are we dependent upon hospital revenue. Because even like University of Kentucky and the nice, fantastic dorms they have, you know, they're guaranteed on. They're much like a hotel. If they don't sell the occupants, somebody's still got to pay the debt service on those facilities. And we don't have those issues. We believe that we can, with this budget, as tough as it'll be, and maybe even facing significant reductions of state revenue, and hopefully we can regain our enrollment and be flat. But we believe overall that this budget's a good budget and will help us to be able to get through the fiscal year. Call your attention, just kind of flipping through the graphs. I won't go through all of those. We spent a long time on the tuition. They are what they are. You'll see various increases and things reflective of those in the various categories, program categories, whether they be instruction, whether they be public service, whether they be academic support. One of the things I will call to your attention that when we get to some things with regard to on the expense side, if you flip on down, and if you'll go to B5 and look at the expense side of things, there's where I'm going to point you back to. You see increases in instruction. You see increases in public service. You see increases in a number of the categories that are by function, if you will, program classification code. Scroll down just a little bit more, you see also the personnel costs are actually roughly the same or down a little bit on the restricted portion of those as well. And when you look through the unrestricted and restricted, you see differences through there. You see a big change in transfers. And largely that is also the dollars that we have that are carry forward rainy day funds, if you will, that typically if we didn't spend those for operating or don't have to spend those in operating, those would be transfers. We remove dollars out of the operating budget into the plant budget, into the physical plant in order to do the renovations, to do the HVACs, upgrades, to do the efficiency measures and things of that nature. So this, I'll flip you kind of can roll on through the, if you have your hard copy with you, the expenditure detail, I won't go through that, but it lists every college, and you do see, as I point out, like in the case of Big Sandy, you see quite a bit. If you look at their tuition on C3, if you go there page-wise, if you look there, you'll see that their tuition and mandatory fees are down to $10.3 million versus this current year, 11.8. That's reflective of the economy and things there. Hopefully those numbers actually improve and people realize that we are the best choice. By the same token, if you flip to Madisonville over on C19, you see that their tuition and fees are significantly up over the current year. The current year budget doesn't reflect all of the enrollment growth that they had this year, but the 2021 does reflect that. Plus it reflects programs of which you all approved today and others that they will be implementing in 2021, such as the CDL program, such as the lineman program and the aviation program. So that's the highlights of the operating budget. I'm going to kind of move kind of quickly because I know we spent a long time on our tuition. Then we go to the capital section over on D1. If there's questions, please stop me. On the capital section, what we have there, we've listed everything that the General Assembly, that we took to the General Assembly and they approved. Normally, we would have you approve these on a 2-year budget, which was in the biennial budget. We've got all of those because the General Assembly approved a 1-year budget in 2021. So we may or may not be able to do these projects, but rather than come back to you during the year, or if we're able to do those, or if we get gifts and we're able to use our dollars and things are not economically as hard as we have budgeted for in that sense, then we would hope to be able to do these projects. These projects include a number of renovations, a number of buildings. You see a number of training things for also for the Fire Commission, Gateway, Jefferson. We have an equipment pool for the colleges to do that. We have a property acquisition pool for the same token. Those, and then Overall, the capital budget is $49.3 million. In addition to the Fire Commission, they have $5 million listed down through there for a fire training facility, which would come strictly out of their agency funds. And then on D5, you see the summary of leases that the board also is asked to approve. And most of those are $0 leases of where we are in a partnership to provide dual credit and things of that nature at various institutions and high schools and other locations across the state. And then back in the E section, there is a description of the various funds, unrestricted, restricted funds, endowment funds, plant funds, those types of things that I've been referring to, and then the program classification structures. And I know this has gone very quickly, but trying to give you a good overview of what is in there, and I'll be glad to ask or answer any questions. I see a couple of hands up, and Chair Wells, I defer to you as to who you want to call for.
Regent Thompson.
Yes, Wendell, I'm looking at, the capital projects and a lot of, some of that is with the Work Ready Skills Initiative, but some of it, of course, is Build Smart. And I know I maybe should know this, but many of them are going to be completed soon this year. And so then they come off of those agency funds. Is that correct? And when is Build Smart over, actually?
What you see on D2 are new projects that were approved by the General Assembly. These not necessarily do not have the Build Smart in those or the Work Ready. Those will come under administrative services, and I'll point to that on this report that you should have gotten. I don't know if you can see that or not, but that we'll go over with facilities. But these are new projects that we took as part of the capital budget to the General Assembly and that they authorized for the fiscal year 2020. All of these do not have any state funding behind them or any bond funds. These would be dollars that we would either have to raise and or use from fund balances or rainy day funds to be able to implement. Does that answer your question?
It does. When is Build Smart? When would that fee come off? I'm just wondering. The Build Smart $8 fee.
The Build Smart fee. The short answer is about 17 years. The last one we did 2 years ago. The last note we did a note, and with interest rates as low as they are, and that's tied to a used to be the LIBOR. I can't think of what it's called today. It's tied to a thing. So we are actually saving quite a bit of money. Our hope is we are able to pay that last note off of Build Smart in around 10 to 12 years, certainly not more than 15. And then those dollars would be able to be reapplied on the other two bond issues that we had. And hopefully overall, we would be able to shorten the period of Build Smart by 1 to 2 years. But if you're looking just pure dollars of the amortization schedule and time-wise, it's about 17 more years.
And again, these projects that are on here are new and they are not built, they don't have anything to do with Build Smart. It's the Work Ready Skills and restricted funds that we have, right?
Correct. These projects you see here are projects that we asked the General Assembly to approve in the 2022 biennia, but since the General Assembly only approved one, we've listed them all here. 1 year's worth of budget.
All right, thank you.
Regent Finan.
Wendell, would you please elaborate a little bit more on the CARES Act dollars? With the 17.9 for institutional allotment expenses,
yes.
Is there anything from a forward-thinking standpoint, again, that we already have a need that these dollars, these non-reoccurring dollars, could be utilized to cover? I'd like to hear, what the thought is in terms of institutional needs and how we might utilize that 17.9 million.
Part of, and that's been part of the concern with the Department of Ed, getting good guidance as to what those funds can be used for.
Yeah.
The official guidance of the Department of Ed says they have to cover any costs associated with significant changes to the instruction or delivery of instruction due to the coronavirus, so long as those costs do not include payment for contractors for the revision of pre-enrollment, recruitment activities, endowments, or other capital outlays associated with facilities, athletics, sectarian instruction, or religious. So what we have targeted and focused, and colleges will continue to do that, is on activities and actions we've taken for our safety of our faculty, staff, and students when they come back on campus, for other things that we're, as I think Regent Thompson mentioned before, if we've we'll have to move classes from face-to-face to online, depending on how things play out. We could have much smaller classes because of the social distancing, and that will require a lot more cleaning. We've had extensive amounts of cleaning and those things, so there'll be a lot of expenses that normally we would not do because of COVID. We can use it for those things. One of the things we've asked our business officers, as well as all the business staff, is anytime they're making any of those types of expenses, to make sure they document that. We've talked with our external auditor, Pete Hugo with Crow, and got your approval on a number of things to make sure that as long as it makes reasonable common sense, that we can document how we would use those funds and why we're using those. For example, I'm here at the system office today. If we're and we have purchased and are purchasing, maybe we're using MERV 6 or 8 filters in the air filtration. When we're buying 14 in order to filter the air to get the microns out, those types of costs would be related to prevention of the spreading of the pandemic. All of those types of costs we're hoping to be able to charge to our institutional cares funds.
So the actual physical renovation of a classroom to provide for further distance between students, that would not qualify?
You can't do capital outlays, it says.
Okay.
So, okay. But we could do current expense, you know what I'm saying? If we're having to make other type of changes with just the time and things that we're doing, or anything over and above, they don't allow capital outlays with regard to the institutional. Okay. We're trying to be as creative, but at the same time tag up with our auditors, because all of these funds will be considered as a major program within the what used to be the OA 133 or now the uniform guidance for auditing.
Okay, thank you.
Regent Damaris.
I guess my question is probably a little bit of an expansion of what Karen's question was. If we do not expend all of the CARES dollars, do we need to return them?
That would be true, but I think you could, part of the institutional dollars also are this. You cannot spend any more institutional dollars until you spend the student dollars. So if you spend a student dollar, you can spend $1 of institutional dollars. But you can also use any remaining institutional dollars to assist students. So I don't anticipate us returning any of the CARES funds. That's certainly our hope and expectation and plans.
I'll jump in there a little bit too. As Wendell mentioned, there's been quite a bit of confusion in the guidance coming from the Department of Education, and those guidelines continue to change almost on a weekly basis. But that's been the advantage for my relationship with Senator McConnell. I have been able to go to him and ask him to intervene a couple of times with the department because the Senate's and the House's intention is that these dollars get to be spent, and they don't want so many restrictions to be put on this that the money can't be spent. So as we go along this year and be looking at the type of expenses that we believe should be able to be covered, if the department continues to put roadblocks to that, I'm going to continue to go to Senator McConnell and see if we can get some interference from him to help us.
Any other questions or further discussion? Okay, then I'd like to call for a motion and a second, with the motion being that the KCTCS Board of Regents adopt the 2020 through 21 budget resolution regarding the 2020 through 21 annual budget for the Kentucky Community and Technical College System. This budget and its provisions will be effective July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021.
So moved.
Okay.
Gail Henson.
Motion by Dr. Henson. Do we have a second? Second by Jackie Tehan. I'd like to call for the vote. Mr. Murray, please proceed with the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, non-voting members, please turn off your video and your microphone. Chair Well?
Yes.
Regent Allen? Present. Regent Damaris?
Before I give my vote, can I make one simple comment? Am I allowed to do that?
Proceed.
I understand very much that budgets are not comprised of one line item, that they are comprised of many, many, many different line items and many different sources of revenue and allocations for expenditures. While I did not vote in favor of the tuition increase, which is obviously factored into this budget, I did not want that to hold up my appreciation for every other part of this budget that has been developed extremely well. So I am going to vote yes for this budget, even though it is inclusive of revenues that I did not support in a previous vote. But my vote is in fact yes for this comprehensive budget.
Thank you, Regent Damaris. Regent Finan?
Approved.
Regent Foltz?
Yes.
Regent Tehan?
Yes.
Regent Thompson?
Yes.
Regent Henson?
That was 3 votes.
I'm sorry, somebody knocked on my door. Yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Regent Henson?
Yes.
The motion carries, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
The vote passes unanimously. Our next agenda item is an update on the Administrative Services Report. And I'd like to call on President Box to present this agenda item.
I'm pleased to have Vice President Folwell be very brief in presenting this agenda item.
I'm going to do the 5 B's to say, be brief, brother, be brief. So I'm going to go pretty quick. If you have questions, please stop me. If you look at our current funds revenue and expenditures, overall, you see that we're in sound financial condition. Just very briefly, our cash is up, our state appropriations this past year, we're running just very quickly. Overall, the revenues are running very well compared to where we were last year. A few things are a little different along that line, but revenues are on target at 88% of the budget. If you look at expenditures by program, most of them are up. A few things are down, such as maintenance and operations, and that's primarily due to some things with regard to Build Smart and also colleges saving resources and doing some things and hedging against that. The total program expenditures are down slightly, but roughly the same in percentage-wise compared to prior year in 18-19. Overall, if you look at the overall expenses, we're at $602 million as of the third quarter, March 31st, 2020, compared to $611 million last year. We're roughly on the same budget, just slightly down, about $1 million difference compared to the actuals of budget. If you flip to the next page on attachment B and you look at items along that line, you'll see that our cash is up, which is a good thing because in these kinds of times, that is a significant difference in being able to weather the storm. We believe we're in good shape with that. Our restricted cash and are down, and that's really with regard to our work-ready skills and those types of things that we've had to do, our Build Smart funds, because those dollars are restricted. You'll see that as those dollars are, as those projects get completed, those dollars will come down. You see our endowment investments, they're down. As of March 31st, whenever this report was prepared for the third quarter. You see that the market was down quite a bit at that time. So you see those, they've since recovered a bit and very close to where they were. You see some changes with regard to the Build Smart Trust, that was up slightly. Capital assets are up over year 18-19 year over year. And that's largely due to the construction and completion of our projects and construction in progress of our Build Smart that will be finished shortly. We'll talk about it in a minute, as well as our Work Ready Skills programs. Deferred inflow, our outflows, those overall are down, and that's largely due to changes in assumptions of KT and KERS, and also some changes with regard to our post-employment benefits with regard to that. Liabilities, just flipping through those. Trying to look at capital assets. Let me look at my notes here real quick. Deferred outflows, deferred accounts payable. You see that those are up slightly along that line, about $1.3 million. Employee withholdings are down. Unearned revenue, that's basically our deferred tuition and items, because the enrollment projections for the fall were down and registrations were down year over year. Those are going to be down. Our leases payable up or slightly. That includes the Build Smart and those things as those come on. Unearned revenue, we've kind of talked about. Pension liability. Let's go down to non-current liabilities. If you look there, you see a significant change, and those change $63.6 million. That's largely due to KERS and KTRS and assumptions that they had in our proportion of the calculation. We had a significant drop because of the way KERS allocated our proportional liability. So that has a significant effect, as well as we continue to have people to retire, as well as people that may pass away that also benefits us with regard to our liability, not to be morbid. Deferred inflows, the biggest thing there that you'll see is, and I mentioned this before, on property, we sold a facility in Rowan County for Maysville, and last year at this point in time, we were still leasing that back. We could not recognize those proceeds from the sale until such time we did not, or we no longer leased it. If you look at our investment in capital, it's up slightly. Here again, including depreciation, that reflects the addition of Build Smart and our Work Ready Skills. You see, as I mentioned, our endowment, that's down a little bit due to the investment changes in the market. But overall, if you look at the unrestricted at 123 million versus 202 million, we are 79, almost $80 million better to the bottom line this year than we were last year. When you look at our total net position at 628 million versus 549 year over year, 1920 compared to 1819. So that is the administrative services report with regard to the financials. On the facility service report, you should have a copy of this. I'll go quickly on capital project summary. Regent Thompson, you asked about a number of those. I'll highlight 3 of those work-ready projects, one at Danville at Bluegrass, at the Danville campus, Hopkinsville, the training lab addition there and renovation at Hopkinsville, the Advanced Manufacturing Technology and Information Center at Jefferson. You all may recall last June when you visited Jefferson, you saw that facility. It should be completed later this summer, most likely by August. So those are the summary of our capital projects. They're listed on pages 1 through 4. Going through pages 5 through 7, we list some property acquisitions, such as 5 buildings that are associated with land parcels with regard to Hazard Community and Technical College that we're looking to sell some property. The Perkins property, Carl Perkins. We're also looking to potentially sell the Hyman campus, comprised of 2 buildings, and then transfer of a facility of the Life Skills Center, Department of Revenue, or not Revenue, Department of Transportation, to them for a facility we no longer use and they have interest in. And then surplus property, we've had surplus property sales through gov deals of $123,000. Insurances we have submitted to the State Division of Risk Management Service. I mentioned that our unemployment and our workers' comp was down. We've also obtained active shooter and violent event coverage so that, God forbid, we have some type of catastrophic event to occur on our campuses. I think the cap on that somewhere around $5 million or so that the college would be covered for any type of activities related to that, expenses, any types of media things, any types of additional security or anything we would have to do, because oftentimes when you have some type of catastrophic violent event occur, then the police come in and they take over that facility, and you would no longer be able to use your facility. And what would we do? We would have to either lease or rent other types of facilities and things of that nature. So that would cover us there. You will hear more about this tomorrow with regard to Dr. Boxey's report on COVID-19. There's a number of things there on pages 5 and 7 that we have done, and with regard to forming a number of groups, and Healthy at Work officers to environmental health and safety groups, a number of things that we are doing that we'll talk a bit more tomorrow in great detail with regard to our response to COVID-19 and keeping our students, our faculty, and staff safe. On page 6, we talk about the safety and emergency services, our critical incident notice, and items there, our staff preparedness and operational emergency response teams, and our operations and emergency plans. On pages 8 and 9, we talk about sustainability and receiving. One of the good things I want to point there, we received national certification recognition for Monarch Butterfly Society on some other things, wildlife, nature habitats, and sustainability in forests, and some things we've done. So we've got some good recognition out of our sustainability projects. On pages 10 and 12, we talk about, speak to our space utilization, and we did a 5-year analysis there, fall of 19 through fall of 15 rather through fall of 19. In the 5-year analysis, the average enrollment, looking at the per section, range between 15 and 17 students for each section. We look at the number of seat fill ratio along those lines to a 60-hour week. Some of those numbers look rather low, but when you compare them overall to the national average is about 59%. KCTCS, we range between 55 and 63. Overall utilization for prime time, and that's basically between 8 and 2 each day, is at 46%. Flipping over on possible reasons for some of those things, and good thing to note, this is a snapshot with regard to what's occurring on our campuses. And like any snapshot, it only has partial reality because there's a number of things happening on our campuses that I want to point out to you. We have a number of workforce offerings. The snapshot you see here are primarily your credit courses. So you got a number of workshops that are going on by workforce training opportunities, continuing education. It doesn't reflect for, and I'll use Madisonville again, Murray State University has a number in their building, in the Bashir building. They have a number of offices and classroom space in there that we do not count in our space utilization, but Murray counts it in. And overall, if you look, enrollments are down nationally, as Dr. Box has mentioned, not just this year because of COVID, but historically, the last 5 years. Community colleges as well as enrollments nationwide are down as many as 20-25%. And overall, students that are continuing their education is down some 4.3 million nationally. So I know that was quick. If you have questions, please raise your hand. We're at 2 hours, and I want to try to get through these. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have, Mr. Chair or others.
Yeah, I'll ask the one, the prime time ratio there, Wendell, where it's gone from 63, 63, 64, and 63, and then fell off to 55. Do we know anything? Is that just the online classes, or?
That is online courses. That is enrollment declines and stability along that line. When you go back 5 years, you're saying our enrollment may not be where it is today or fall of 19 where it was 5 years ago. So it reflects a combination of those things. But we still range, if you look at national average is about 59, but a large part of that I think is because we're going to online and because we are partnering with other institutions to use our facilities.
Thank you. Any other questions or further discussion?
Mr. Chair, that would be my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our last item is the update on the institutional advancement. And I'd like to call upon Dr. Box to present this agenda item.
Thank you. And I am absolutely positive that Vice President Moeller is going to be very brief.
I will be brief indeed. If you turn to page 2 in the advancement report, which is page 139 in the onboard page numbering system, you'll see that overall private giving reflected on the bottom right-hand corner. That number there reflects a, I'll wait till she gets there. You there? Yep. That number reflects an overall $600,000 decline versus the same reporting period last year. And despite this decline, several notable gifts have been recorded during the reporting period, and those are itemized on page 6 and 7. So those are the next 2 pages. But if you actually, Hannah, if you go back up to page 3, which is page 140 and on board, and you look at the middle of that table at the KCTCS office line, there's something I'm really proud of here. So giving, despite the trend of downward giving across the system, giving reported to KCTCS Foundation has actually increased compared to last year. That number, 389,000, actually reflects a $30,000 increase compared to the final number reported fiscal year 19. And if you remember, that was a $30,000 increase from the year ending 2018. So we've increased 60,000 over the last 2 years. Very proud of that. I do want to highlight something that was briefly mentioned earlier today in executive committee. As you may know, May and June and November and December are among the most active giving periods for the nonprofit sector. For higher education, May and June is by far the most active period. Maybe at some point we can look at making advanced reports in March and September rather than in June and December, so we can capture those reports after the close of the calendar in the fiscal year. That being said, I wanted to make mention of 2 additional gifts that are not reflected in the report. Dr. Box reported those in executive committee today. One is from the Ascendium Foundation, totaling over $600,000, and another from James Graham Brown Foundation, totaling over $180,000. So if you look at that number, the 389 plus additional 800,000, we're actually going to be over $1 million this year, and that's going to be the first time in the history of the KCTCS Foundation that we will exceed $1 million in private giving, and it actually is nearly twice the all-time high, which was in 2007, which was just over $650,000. So I'm disappointed we can't have that to show you at this report. It'll have to wait till December, but like I said, maybe we can shift the reports to March and September so we can be able to highlight some of those achievements a little bit quicker after they occur. You turn to page 5 in the report, which is 144 and on board. Yes. So that large number in the bottom right-hand corner reflects an increase of over $30 million compared to the same reporting period last year. So the increase in grant income and the decrease in private giving reflects sector trends related to COVID-19. Those dynamics are multifaceted and complex, and I don't believe that you would have the patience for me to go through those in this format. So I think it would oversimplify things, and I think it's really worth the deeper discussion. So if you have questions about how COVID is impacting grants or private giving, I'm happy to talk with you one-on-one. But I do want to reassure the committee that within 2 weeks of our governor declaring a state of emergency, that we did actually issue a comprehensive COVID guidance document to our college leadership as it relates to advancement. And even today, that guidance document reflects innovative and entrepreneurial approaches that you will only see replicated by a very small percent of nonprofits. I was actually on a conference call with CASE. I was actually led by the CEO of CASE, which is the Council on Support and Advancement of Education. And some of the things that highlighted in their guidance are just scratching the surface of what we have recommended. And, we were about 3 months ahead of what is being recommended now. So really proud of that. We're just hopeful that the colleges commit to that guidance. If they can, we'll be positioned exceedingly well in the marketplace. I have a few more updates that are not in the report. They were reflected other places, but I want to make sure to highlight them because they are significant. They've taken considerable blood, sweat, and tears, not my tears, but my newborn baby daughter's tears. So this year we're working to improve the infrastructure to support advancement across the system. One of those things is we've actually secured scholarship administration software, which will be active for the fall of 2021 and will be deployed across all colleges. This will simplify, streamline the process, both for the colleges in awarding, but also for students in applying. It also reflects likely savings of time and effort. We also contracted with the software vendor Blackbaud to acquire a CRM, it stands for Constituent Relationship Management Software, that will be active by the summer of 2021. And you've heard me talk about the CRM before. This is a significant investment by Dr. Box that will allow us to modernize our management, tracking, and reporting of all advancement activities. So the report you see now, it's the same report that we've been doing for a number of years. This report is going to have to change, and I'm hopeful you'll have some grace as it changes. But I'm optimistic that it'll show you a more accurate picture of what's going on behind the scenes. And perhaps the most significant effort underway is also the most difficult to measure. And that effort is an organizational shift away from a culture of transactional giving and toward a culture of philanthropy that values donor relationships and the impacts that donors can have on our mission. So one of the things that really reflects that shift, if you remember that we, I think it's December, we unveiled a new report that would track giving participation for our volunteer leader groups. I'll have the full, report of that at a December meeting to show you where we ended up. But I wanted to give you a highlight of where we are. I believe a current report was sent out via email. I don't see it in the system, but I think it was sent by email. So when we began the report, we are currently at 14% participation among the regents. Currently, as of yesterday, it's currently 64%, which is significant. It really shows that there's been a tremendous shift, and that's not just with the regents. It's across the system. It's happening at local boards. It's happening with the local foundations as well as the system foundation. There are 2 weeks left in the fiscal year. So if you are still trying to decide where to invest your philanthropy, give me a call. I'm happy to help you out if you need help figuring that out. I'm happy to take that journey with you. It'd be quite a statement in December to report that we have 100% participation in regent giving in the first year of this report. And that concludes my remarks. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, are there any questions or further discussion? Okay.
Karen has a question.
Yeah, Regent 5.
Just a quick comment, Ben. I'm really impressed with everything you've done, that the team has done. I think it really is going to set KCTCS apart, and the conversations we've had on the private donor side, as well as this comprehensive budget, is really an attraction tool for our incoming president. And so I think our timing is great, and just wanted to thank you for your work. I did listen in on the executive committee and just was really impressed with what I was hearing, the increases in things, the new programs, and the actual results. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Regent Damaris.
Thank you, Chair Wells. Again, Ben, you continue to impress me with everything you're doing. I know that you are still fairly new and you've got a yeoman's job ahead of you, but you're doing some excellent work. One of the questions that I have is that this report has, prior to you starting in the role and now while you're in it, continued to show us how much money is being raised in the different foundations. What I would like to know is, how do we find out how that money is spent? Where does it go? Does it go
It goes according to the donor restrictions. So the large majority of it is restricted for specific programs or scholarships. A very, very small percentage is unrestricted, but it's all spent according to the donor restrictions. As the executive director of the KCTCS Foundation, I can give you numbers regarding that foundation, but with respect to the others, without that policy we discussed this morning in place, I don't have a tool and apparatus to share more comprehensive numbers. We'd actually have to work with them each individually, and we don't have a report that summarizes that. So that's something I'm working to shore up here in the short term.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I think that's why the policy is extremely important, to raise the transparency level and to get everybody on the same process and procedure. I would be very interested as we move forward in looking at the other side of this equation. It's very nice to know that we've got money in the coffers, but I don't have any idea of how it's being spent. And again, pursuant to our earlier conversations around tuition dollars and raising tuition dollars, you know, where are the resources from the foundation standpoint in terms of helping students offset their costs of education? And I know you can't answer that right now, but I really would be looking forward to seeing that data in the future.
Yeah, and it's really part of a balancing game, working with KCTCS leadership in the strategic planning process, identifying what are the needs, and aligning the needs of the institution with what would the public be willing to support with private funds. Because just because we have a need at KCTCS does not mean a private donor would be willing to support it financially. So we have to align the needs with the opportunities for donors to invest. And it's really a working relationship to figure that out. Because, you know, honestly, KCTCS would really love to have donors give only unrestricted dollars. But if we had only allowed unrestricted dollars, then we would see a dramatic decrease in giving. So it's a matter of identifying how can we guide donors to give in a restricted fashion, but in a way that best represents where the biggest needs are. And if they have an interest in something that is slightly different than what we're looking for, that we talk with them. And it's really the importance of having a relationship with a donor. It's that conversation, it's that give and take of how they might have an interest in supporting something, but how that may or may not meet the long-term needs of the institution. So it's going to be an evolution, and I appreciate your patience in that process.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. And Regent Henson had a hand up.
Yeah,
No.
thank you. I'm really pleased to see the participation rate of the Board of Regents improved. I think for having worked with foundations before, you know, 100% participation is really attractive to foundations if they're going to grant money. So from 14% to 64% in 7 months is pretty good. Hope that we'll get to 100%, you know, in 2 weeks. I think because we're only 20 years old, and we had the 2 various campaigns, Fulfilling the Promise and the Build Smart. I think knowing that the foundation has basically $2.6 million in restricted gifts is an important factor, because when you think about other foundations that might have 100,000 or $1 billion, 100 million or $1 billion, you know, that's, you know, we're a 20-year-old institution, and we don't have the alumni who probably make the type of money to grow that right now. I mean, maybe in 20 years, yes, but we think of how old U of L is and U of K is and the other institutions. But so I think it's important to applaud what we have done, and just, Ben, we're so glad that you're here. When you sent for the foundation, the majority of unrestricted gifts, we only have $88,000 available. So that kind of puts in perspective, you know, there are no deep pockets for the foundation. So what Ben's doing is building on that. But
yeah.
I think we need to keep that perspective, where our context.
And you mentioned something, Regent Henson, that really struck a chord with me, and that is the role of the foundation is not to replace a decline in state support. The role of the foundation is to augment, to enhance, to expand, to improve what the state has invested, and to rely on private dollars from private donors to do that. But we're never going to fill the gap for significant cuts into state investment. So I think it's something that most organizations struggle with. And we're a private institution, which, we're much different than a Berea that really relies on tuition and gift revenue. And we just don't have that longevity. We have not built that base, but we're working to do it now. It's, I talked with Dr. Box about this a lot, about when is the best time to plant a tree. And the best time was 30 years ago. But the next best time is today. So that's what we're working on is I appreciate his support and leadership and helping not just plant the tree, but he's given some fertilizer and some water, and we're going to make some rapid progress.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments?
Dr. Box is laughing at the fertilizer. I know he is.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the report.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you for letting me report.
The next meeting I'd like to announce the next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents, Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee will be held September 17th, 2020 at the System Office in Versailles. And I'd like to call for a motion and second to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Who seconded it?
Regent Thompson.
Okay. Motion made by Regent Fultz, seconded by Regent Thompson. We need to call for a vote. Mr. Murray, please proceed with the roll call.
Yes, sir. Non-voting attendees, turn off your cameras and microphones, please. Chair Wells?
Yes.
Regent Allen, not present. Regent Damaris?
Yes.
Regent Finan?
Approved.
Regent Fultz?
Yes.
Regent Tehan?
Yes.
Regent Thompson?
Yes.
Regent Henson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion passes unanimously, and thanks everyone for showing up and having a good meeting today. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Adjourn 3:12.
Thank you.